I can't swim. I'ma run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your world. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick of the grip of my thin frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your world. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt free? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want a story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city, spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. Don't live life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend
like you. Ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's mine soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the west. And a hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleep, non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots. Getting those. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. You'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the buzz, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, they wanna be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Come and repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. Up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. With every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I game and pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. You'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh, 'cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. Yeah, I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh. Give it to me now.
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
It's a summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair. Windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. Lips so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation, temptation. Oh, it's a hot, hot, hot episode. Ooh, yeah.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want.
can't shoot.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both games clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
拿下下一个第一。
There to go, Violet.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Let KT.RY
提起他们打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
That's real magic.
You know what it is? It is the day, the last day of week 2 of the Wild Rift League Asia, and the weekend boys are here. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Autolus, and we're gonna be your shoutcasters for today.
It's the Sunday special, Dash, and this is going to be a very exciting day of Wild Rift action because we have 3 very exciting matches. Number 1, we have the Battle of the Champions. Number 2, we will have the Thailand versus Korea special. And of course, the number 3 is the long-awaited duel between the best junglers in the world. My God, we have Long and Wave as our last match.
These matches are going to be exciting, though. I want to see this place, especially the last game that we're going to be having for today. I love that we have it for our last game because, you know, as you said, those are the junglers that we need to look at on this game. But again, on our first game, we're going to be having FPX versus KBG. I really am excited to see actually KBG to actually come back from the slumps because right now they have been losing, or rather, yeah, they have been losing a lot of these games.
Yeah, I mean, I tweeted it and said that I did not expect them to be at this level or at this form, at least at the beginning of the season. But as they say, you know, this set of teams, they know how to scale, they know when to scale. And, you know, by the time that important games really come into fruition or come into play, then, you know, they will just be at a different level. As we look into the roadmap, you can see, guys, that we have a long regular stage or group stage, and that will start from April 8th up until the 11th of June. So that's like, what, 2 months in the making?
Yeah, it's going to be taking a long time, though. For the playoffs, we're going to be having a long time. But again, the regular stages, we're having them go on a round robin against each other from CN, from APAC. They're going to have a round robin for so long. Then we go to the playoffs in June. Then the after that will be on July, will be the last games that we're going to be having for this tournament. It's a long tournament, so that's why we're not short of any Wild Rift content for every one of us right here who loves Wild Rift so much.
For sure. And you will see me a lot. You will see that a lot
for sure.
for the next 3 months. And now we also have a special thing that is ongoing here in WRLA. We have the side selection game in where, you know, the best players from each squad or each team would be selecting their representative. They will be playing a quick 1v1, and whoever wins will get the side selection.
Honestly, right now for this one, I think at this point, they do not really pick their best players. They're just picking whoever wants to play for those 1v1s.
That's true.
Because I think they're just going to be rotating around each other. But hey, take a look at the standings that we have right now. This is what I'm saying a while ago, that FPX and KBG are at the bottom, or rather at the middle of the pack right now. And EDG yesterday haven't lost a single game still. And that's why right now I still believe that EDG might be able to top everybody right here in this tournament.
Flawless record, at least at the beginning of everything here, Dash. And you're right, this KBG at the middle of the pack isn't what we really are accustomed in seeing. But looking at their track record, at least in their previous tournaments, it does seem like, you know, at the very first few parts of the tournament, they will be starting slow. But, you know, as they ramp up, it's expected that KBG will find their groove. Now, standings for APAC, we have BRU at the top of the standings after 2 weeks. We will be seeing their Bangkok sisters or brothers in INV Esports later today as they face against KT.RY.
Yeah, and also this is going to be exciting too for APAC. We have seen the juggernauts of our tournament NGX for APAC. They have lost a game against BRU, and that was a surprise for everybody during this week. But now, let's take a look at this matchup that we have for today. We said it a while ago, KBG, FPX, Invade, and RY. And the last one, everybody's waiting for this. It's going to be Nova versus Trace Esports.
Yeah, we were kind of robbed of the first game of Trace Esports, not feeling Weiba, but at least in their series number 2. And today, I expect Weiba will show up. And again, it's going to be a very exciting time as a fan of Wild Rift Esports. Did you see that Nova did already release their teaser poster for their Wild Rift skins?
Actually, I haven't seen it just yet. I haven't seen it.
You have to see it.
Do they
bro.
have? Oh, I need to see it. I need to see it. I mean, I love the colors of Nova Esports, and I want to see it on a champion skin. So, yeah, I really want to see that. I'm surprised, though. What will Long pick? What champion did Long pick? Is it going to be the Jax,
it was
or
the
is
Lee
it...
Sin.
It's the Lee Sin?
Sin.
Okay, that's nice.
I mean, if you are... Because, okay, truth be told, statistics-wise, and this is just a guess, but could be a very intelligent one. If you're a jungler, your most favorite champion should be the Lee Sin, right? So if you want your sales to be up there, if you want your skin to be used by a lot of junglers, you just have to go with the Lee Sin. You could never go wrong with that. As we look into the lineup, there you go, WRL Season 2. For those that are uninformed, this WRL Asia did happen after 2 seasons of Wild Rift League. And in Wild Rift League Season 2, Keep Best Gaming was the #1 team.
Yep, and Keep Best Gaming, Adron, the superstar of this team. We have seen him falter sometimes during the 2 weeks that we had, but I still believe that Adron is still one of the best mid laners that we have in the tournament. And I am yet to see the greatness that we saw from him during the last WRL. So yes, I have a lot of expectations still for KBG.
Scaling, let him cook. You can tell everyone what you want to tell, but Anran 9 will always be special. On the other side, we have FPX. FPX Fun Plus Phoenix is then the #1 team from China during WRL Season 1. They went into the Icons Global wherein they finished, I think, at the quarterfinals. Just because they lost against Team Flash. But make no mistake, like they still have Fado, they still have Chow, so the championship experience and pedigree will never leave this team.
Yeah, they still have the experience. These 2 players are always turning up, but when it comes to this matchup overall, I do believe that Sky needs to turn up because of the fact that he's fighting against Andran in the mid lane. I don't know if they're going to be going for that skill matchup in the mid lane just to show there's a prowess against each other, but I do believe that FPX has the capabilities. Yes, as you said, they're both champions. They're both WRL champions, so we have a lot of expectations from them.
The last time that we saw FPX, they sent Sky as their 1v1 champion. So we'll see. It kind of reminds me of some Game of Thrones thing, right? You choose your champion, and they will be the one to fight for you.
What do you call that
Sky
again?
Would trial of combat or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, trial by combat. Trial by combat. You choose your champion, then they fight for you. Then if they lose, you die. So that's how it happens. Yeah.
Yep. But this in here in Wild Rift League Asia, it's not that brutal, as I should say. It's just for side selection, and most of the time, again, at least numbers don't lie here, Dash. If you get to win the side selection, most of the teams really does prefer the red side just because of that very, very juicy two picks, and also that counter pick that can really throw off the opponent. But we'll see. Again, teams are still figuring things out. We're just at the 2nd week of Wild Rift League Asia, and we are already seeing the power picks really come into play. Once this Chinese teams gets their hands into their Zoe, their Shans, their Camille, they're just unstoppable, dude.
Honestly, I do want to ask you though, what is your opinion about Zoe right now? Is Zoe in a good spot? Is Zoe just too strong? For me first, I think Zoe is a really hard champion to use. And the only reason why it is effective on this game is because of the fact that people who use it that we see in the competitive are just so good. That's why it's effective. But make no mistake, in solo queue, it's really hard to use.
For sure, that's a big difference, right? Are we going to really analyze the solo games or the rank games? Are we going to analyze the best of the best games? When when Zoe gets picked by the best of the best players, it's rest assured that they will be maximizing her kit and her kit is just so annoying to play against. We have seen teams dare to open it up for the opposing side, and they got punished really heavily. And we are going to look into these teams, the six teams that we will have today. And rest assured, all these teams does have a designated Zoe user.
Yeah, for sure. I really expect the Zoe. Yesterday, we haven't seen a Zoe getting picked because everybody banned the Zoe. They don't want any of that Zoe on their games. That's why they're always at that. You know what? This first part of the game is really interesting. I hope we have some translation because they're always just roasting each other.
Don't worry. Yeah, time will come in where we would be understanding them. Because as long as we continue to cast WRL, I think the next challenge for us casters is on understanding Mandarin and trying to translate them over to the global
we have 3 months.
We have 3 months, maybe even more than that. We will see. But there you go. The rosters for each squad. We have the champion squad, the reigning, the defending WRL champion, KT.RY Gaming, going against their predecessor. Is that right? Yeah, in FPX.
That's right. And one of the things that I like about this, though, for everybody, it looks like everybody's having fun. And whenever they are introducing each other on this very beautiful place that we have here for the stage, it's very beautiful. I hope by the next time, by the playoffs, everybody's here on this stage.
Oh yeah. That's a definite yes. By the time that we reach the playoffs, all the teams would be on site. And what I mean by that is 8 teams from China and the 4 teams from APAC would be here and would be standing side by side, sharing their pleasantries and sharing their gifts as well. Because we all know, prior to starting this whole thing, I think there's like a gift giving. I'm not 100% sure if it's going to happen time in, time out, or we're past that stage. But what really makes things a lot more exciting in esports is this personal touch. Look at Andra9. Look at that guy. Very, very scary.
Yeah, honestly, these players, most of them really look like very nice people. That is what I want to say. They all look very nice, but when they are in the game, they're beasts.
And look at the sportsmanship. You see a 13 just doing a quick fist bump.
The fist bump.
The fist bump is always going to be there. The biggest wildcards in this matchup, the supports, you have Yu. You also have a Chao. Again, these 2 players will have this a very big responsibility dash heading into the matchup, just because at least most of the Chinese teams that we have, if your supports are really popping off, then chances are everything will come into play and your solo laners will have a good time. So yeah, that's really one thing that we have to look at. But there you go, our solo matchup, a support versus a mid laner. I'm liking this.
Honestly, I do think that Chao is a really strong support. And this is why I am expecting a lot of things from Chao, especially from this 1v1. And I really want to see them have fun fighting against Andra and having that confidence to face against this superstar that we have from the side of KBG. But also, if you saw a while ago, FPX's Chao, when he was posing, he did a symbol of 0-2. So he is confident that they're going to be getting this 2-0 against them.
Talk about sending a message.
Yeah.
And that's also a big responsibility to uphold, right? Like, predicting a 0-2 for your opponent is not just a message, but also shows the confidence level that these guys have. As we look into the 1v1, again, when casting these 1v1s, I don't really want to dive too deep into this 1v1s, because I just want to have fun and enjoy the pleasantries that is being traded by both these players. But again, looking at both these players, it's safe to assume that Andra9 would be winning this, at least mechanics wise, because Andra9 is like a legit mid laner. Meanwhile, Chao is a support.
Yeah, look at how happy Chao is on this one though. I want to see what they're gonna be picking. Oh, classic skill matchup for most of the time in the Baron lane or even in the mid lane. This is almost always the picks that everybody goes for.
Wait. But this is a matchup that is Riven favored, especially
For
in the early
sure.
parts of the
Yeah.
game. And if Andra9 does win this, then dude, that's like sending a message that, hey, you know what? I picked a losing matchup into your Riven, and I still end up winning. The mental advantage that you will have against your team is just going to be up there. And this is going to be very exciting here, Dash, because although on paper, I would say that the Riven should win this 90% of the time, if Andra9 could pull off that 10%, then dude, he's really legit.
And honestly, Andren plays the Yasuo pretty well during his time in WRL. The reason why they were able to pull out a lot of great plays during WRL Season 2 was because of Andren playing the Yasuo. And he's not pulling any punches against Chao. That's why he's picking the Yasuo.
And it's still is hard to win against the Riven. Part of the reason why it's extremely hard to win against the Riven in a 1v1 scenario, in a 1v1 setup as a Yasuo, is one, you don't have an automatic enabler like a Gragas, Wukong in the jungle or whatever. Second is there's a lot of shields and crowd control that Riven does possess. It's not just the stun. You also have a brief knockup on that broken wing combo. So in terms of all in, I would say that, you know, the Riven, once he reaches level 5, it's a lot easier to really go for that lethal combo. Meanwhile, Andra9 does need to hit his knockup in order for that last breath to pull through.
And in this matchup, Riven is... You can make mistakes with the Riven, and it's okay. And you can get away with the Valor, you can get away with the Broken Wings. And that's why it's an easier to pull off pick compared to what Andren does have right now. But again, remember, it is a support versus a mid lane matchup. So this is still anybody's game right there, and Andren could possibly just win this easily.
Yeah, there's an inherent 1v1 advantage just because of the amount that he spends in the solo lane, be it mid lane or be it top lane. But also one more thing that I kind of remembered was the skin line, right? I'm looking at the skin line the skin that was used here by Andra9. And this is like the Nightbringer.
Yeah.
Is it? The Nightbringer? And then the Dawnbringer, the first one, very first one, was actually on the Riven. So there's a lot of lore behind this.
Oh, yeah, and look at how Andren is doing this.
So
and
clean, oh my!
This is what I'm doing though. This is what I'm saying. It's a matchup against a support and a mid laner. So Andren knew that when he made a mistake, when the Broken Wings was out, that was the time to go in.
True. There's nothing to be scared of. And add to the fact that there's a lot of minions coming in, Yasuo is that one champion that really thrives when you have a lot of minions on you, right? I think same as Irelia, the more minions your opponent has, the more opportunities for you to outplay. And I guess with that one kill, this is just formalities waiting to happen, unless there's something unexpected that Chao will bring out in this 1v1.
And on this 1v1, I do expect it. After some time missing that, even with the Valor, I think at this point with the recurve bow, that is one of the items that helps out Andren so hard, because it gives you a lot of attack speed, and that is exactly what the Yasuo needs.
For sure. Also, just a couple of gold away from that Blade of the Ruin King power spike.
Yeah.
Which would just be what we
That's
call...
the end of it.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be a burst item, right? But in the early parts of the game, it's there.
And you can definitely see the difference between the experience of Chao and Andren here when it comes to playing this Riven. I saw a lot of the slowdowns that Chao has done with the Riven, and honestly, it does tell more about Andren being good rather than Chao having a hard time with the Riven. It's because he really knows this matchup.
And also, Andra9's mastery of the wave.
Yeah.
He saw two captain minions standing strong, and there's no reason for him to really push it over the top. And just because of understanding how the wave works, how the minions work, Andra9 does just have a lot of freedom to go for an uncontested clear, as we see a potential all-in by Chao. But Chao isn't level 5 yet, which means that, you know, by the time that Andra9 goes back, Blade of the Ruin King is complete, and burst could happen. The end could happen very soon.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to
Plated
it.
steel caps, dude. Oh, it's over.
Oh, no. Yeah. Playden still caps his really OP on this matchup especially, and even in 1v1s, yeah, that is probably the best item that you can get. And now with that, look at the damage of the Blade of the Ruined King, and also because he built up the Black Cleaver, now without the Broken Wings, Anran knows he can get a knock up here with the Last Breath, and he's looking for it, and I think, getting Chow was able to dodge.
Exhaust and Ignite already burned, and Chow going for a potential all-in. There you go. The ultimate has already been invested. Anran 9 smells blood.
Last Breath? I thought Anran would go in and try to go for a flash of play and try to get the kill with that. But again, Chow lives for another day.
Yep. You know what? The next item I would buy if I'm, part of this 1v1 shenanigans. By the way, you can invite me if ever we will be hosting a 1v1 tournament. I would be buying Bramble Vest as my next item.
That's sure. I said I'll buy a Tornmail after this because it's going to be an easy win after that.
It's a very good item, definitely, 1v1 scenario, right? Like, once you have Plated Seal Cows, once you have Bramble Vest, it's a lot easier to win this 1v1s. Because, looking at the item of Anran 9, yeah, Stinger is good just because it presents you cooldown, but the immediate impact of a Bramble Vest really just does wonders for your AD champion in this 1v1s.
Yeah, and also, one of the things that I don't like seeing on this 1v1s is this Black Cleaver. I don't really like seeing the Black Cleaver in 1v1s because it doesn't give you much of an advantage. I'd rather see a Riven with a lot of armor penetration rather than picking up a Black Cleaver.
Yeah, lethality or armor penetration as they call it here in Wild Rift presents immediate burst, right? Like Youmuu's.
No, he's exhausted. He's dead. For sure.
Yeah,
that's definitely the Last Breath. He's dead.
Yeah. Dude, this Yasuo versus Riven. The first time I saw this, the outcome was what I expected. Yeah, it was what I expected, right? The Riven should win. But again, Anran 9. If there's a player that you should follow and should watch his gameplay, it's this guy. He's really very good at the game. And he's going to maximize this high skill cap champions to its maximum potential.
Yeah, let's call it that. Let's call him Wild Rift's Faker. If that's
you
something.
Ready?
Yeah, I think I should call him that. Because of the fact that with the mechanical skills that this guy has, it's great. And always, most of the time, people look at him whenever we're talking about KBG. People always put their eyes on Anran 9. And
I'm not ready to crown him as Wild Rift's Faker as of yet. He's on his way, right? Like
maybe.
To me, yeah, it kind of reminds me of the younger Faker in where Faker would just would just win with his mechanics, but Faker really has evolved into a different breed of a mid laner right now in League of Legends PC, where he's now the shot caller as well. So yeah, it takes a lot of time for you to really have that quote-unquote title, but he's on his way. He's actually on a good start.
Or rather, let's just call him Wild Rift's Anran, rather than
making
him
sure.
the shadow of Faker. Yeah. So this is something that I want to see. Most of the time, we expect Anran to actually perform, and when it comes to the game proper, he does perform. Yes, he is there, but at this level in the WRLA, they're struggling quite a bit, and most of the time, it's all on other teams too, and they played a lot of 3 games, and that says a lot about their performance right now. They're quite dwindling. Everybody has evolved. Maybe they're just a bit late. So now, I hope they prove it. I hope this is the time that we see them evolve a lot more.
Oh, yeah, it's not just them, right? Almost all the teams are, how should we call this, scaling, right? At their perfect timing. If they are missing out or they're losing out in the first few games in Wild Rift League Asia, remember that this is going to be a 4-month-long tournament. So a lot of time will be available for you and your squad to really find your perfect composition, perfect strategy to really supplement your playstyle as we head into the drafting phase. And no surprises here, there's just heavy priority into the champions of Anran 9 banning away Tatakali.
Yeah, And banning here, the Zoe always gonna be banned just because of the fact that this Zoe on the hands of anybody from KBG and FPX are just gonna be so good. I think we're gonna be seeing another day where we're not gonna see Zoe.
Oh, for sure. Like again, she's at that level that there is an answer to her, but once you pick those quote-unquote answers to the Zoe, chances are that is something that the other team is already prepared against. And so whatever you have in mind in encountering this very pesky champion could easily be thrown away with just immaculate gameplay.
Yeah.
Right? So it's a lot harder than we think it to be, and that is the reason why it gets banned easily by almost all teams.
Yeah, Jace again available. Shen is available for both of our sides. Are they going to be picking that? Yep, they're going to be picking the Jace. I can see an angle in where KBG is just going to be picking the Shen Galio on their side just to make it way easier to perform with that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's extremely scary, and that's a KBG special as well. If they draft maybe even a Yumi to help out Andra 9 on the side lanes. We all know that he can play Irelia, he can play those duelists that can easily be supplemented by this quote-unquote emergency champions. Because you call the Shen, you call the Galio, things could turn around in your favor. But KBG is saying, hey, you know what? We're going against that and we'll go for the standard, win your priorities, win your lanes, and that's a Gragas plus Ziggs that really is the king of wave clear.
Yeah, and you expect Yu to make plays with explosive casts anytime. He's really good at making plays and setting up for the teams. That's why this Gragas is still a great pick. And as we expect, this is the same supports that we're going to be having. I do hope that FPX picks up their Dragon Laner just for them to not get banned after this second phase. So right now, picking the Nautilus and maybe a Lux could be a good measure so that they are not left with nothing at all for the Dragon Lane.
Lux or even the Nautilus, right? Sorry, not the Nautilus, the Varus. But
yeah,
as you said, like there's an apparent need for an AP damage from the side of FPX. So yeah, the Lux is definitely going to be up there. But Shen is going to be picked up here by KBG. Again, when talking about this Chinese teams, their utilization of Shen isn't going to be defensive most of the time. They will be on defensive. They would try to go for the Shen delivery system, and that's the reason why they are so scary with it, because the 1v1 could easily be turned into a 2v1 scenario.
Yeah. And that's what's hard when fighting against the Shen. The Shen really does so well, especially in the early to mid stages of the game. Makes it easier for you to actually just make mistakes. Even if you make mistakes, the Shen is there to have the bandage, the first aid that you need after that mistake, then make it to a play for yourselves. And now they're losing quite a bit on the other picks that they could have. But the Varus getting banned is way more valuable here for KBG rather than banning the Lux. So they like to fight the Lux against the Lux more. So that's surprising for me.
Indeed. Again, just looking at the lineup here of FPX, they do need a very heavy AP damage source. Although, FPX could still flex their Nautilus and put it over to the jungle. Would be their AP damage source, quote-unquote. But this draft, again, is still open for both teams because there's a lot of flex champions inside. KBG wants something that is very steady that could also be an execute threat towards the Jax, because FPX, looking at their lineup, it does feel that, you know, this Jax is waiting to pop off anytime.
And also Karma is still available though, so FPX could still pick that up.
Oh, Karma Nautilus, of course.
I kind of have a problem with this Garen on their composition for KBG. If their last pick needs to be someone who could carry the Shen together with them. That could be good. But the problem is they are losing a bit of damage here on the side of KBG. They're tanky, yes, but they don't have damage.
Is this a Yasuo game for
maybe? Yeah, maybe. That's a good point.
Looking at the lineup of FPX, you have two pokes coming from the Jays, coming from the Ziggs. You can easily go in with the explosive gas, right?
Yeah.
And so there's like a perfect game for Yasuo to prop up. I think this is that game, right? Activator will be there. The threat of Andra 9 just popping off, plus that 1v1 that he was able to win. So there's already a warm-up game for him.
Really? Illusion?
It's anticlimactic, but you know, if it happens, it is going to be just that stabilizing factor going against the Corki, going against the Jace. And we all know this, right? If there is a Jace matchup, the immediate answer is to just pick up the Lucian. And again, we waited for the KBG special, someone to really be inside the team fight, someone to deliver the Shen. But it does look like the KBG wants to scale up and would use the Shen defensively.
Yeah, and this is what I like about this though. In the mid lane, the Corki versus Lucian matchup, I think Corki really does have a great advantage here just because of his range and his wave clear. It doesn't need to commit into anything onto the Lucian. But one of the problems that I have with the Lucian on this composition is that if you build the classic Black Cleaver to the Manamune, it is not ideal for this one. I think if they're going to be building Adran here, full crit is going to be the way so that they have enough damage in the late game. Yeah, I think it's going to be the way so that they have enough damage.
Yeah, I'm not really into items nitpicking, especially on the Lucian, because I feel, this champion, regardless of what items that you buy, it really is, how should I call this? Dependent on the amount of skills that you have. Remember a quote from Double Lift, right? This champion is not really your hyper carry, but if you have the best skills in the world, you can make things happen. And that is coming from the best Lucian player, I do believe, in the world right now. In Double Lift.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's the best Lucian player. Not right now, but overall, before.
Yeah, historically speaking,
in his
like,
prime,
dude, we used to clamor in his highlights on that
That's
champion,
true.
right? So we're not Western fanboys, so to speak. We know that there are a lot of good Lucian players out there, but if there's like one Lucian play that everyone has to watch, that was the Lucian play by Double Lift that happened a couple of years back against Cloud9.
Yeah, let's just put it on record. I think KBG doesn't have enough damage. So if ever that's what happens later on, I mean, you can quote me on that. And you can also clip me on this one. Because that's a mistake for me.
Sure.
But I think they don't have damage.
We'll see. The damage-wise, on paper, there seems to be a lack of immediate damage, early game damage for the side of KBG. You're right, because this Garen, although the Dimension Justice is going to be an execute, in order for your health total to really go below that threshold, a lot of burst has to happen. And in the early parts of this game, KBG doesn't really possess that. So they have to really play this out very, very good as we look into a dive.
Fighting the bot lane, though, they really wanted to dive at level 2. And that's surprising for me because they won't really have enough of the firepower. Well, at level 3 could have been a kill for them.
And the apparent answer, immediate answer by KBG is to send over Yu and try to disrupt the flow of the jungler of the other side. And that's what really separates this Chinese supports. They're really going to be that nuisance to your rotations. And from that point, you can easily dictate the early game tempo. I really love it because I don't know if there's a lot of summoners that was burned by the Sigs on the bot lane. But to me, that was a small win for the side of Keep Best Gaming.
Yeah, losing a summer spell is always going to be good. And also, that's a Jace versus Ziggs matchup. So a Jace has the possibility of going for a dive after losing that flash from the Ziggs. But now, with this, on the side of KBG, this is what you expect from them. Heralding on the early game, just pushing back a lot of the members right here. Just because it would be easier for them to execute with this composition. Yes, I said you don't have enough damage, but it's a composition way easier to execute on the first stages of the game, especially in the early game.
We have to utilize this very interesting stat right now because I just saw the stat for Yu. He was present in 5 of the first bloods for KBG. That just means that he's really going to be the early game playmaker for the squad. And 5 out of how many games did KBG play? 6 games?
Yeah,
that's
6 games.
a hell high.
5 out of 6.
83%.
I was trying to calculate, but thank you for calculating that. But
Auto lose math, man.
Yeah, the quick maths of Auto. But here, we saw KBG now at level 5. This would be the chance for them to get a kill, get an easier setup for their laners here for them to get a kills. But when it comes to this laners, that what I'm seeing from FPX, what they want to do is just to chill out, maybe just give the first objectives to the side of KBG, especially the Rift Herald. I think it will be okay if they just take the Dragon for themselves, because A13 is really playing well here in the ball. I mean, this matchup is a matchup he's gonna win anyway. Should be, right?
But if you're going to play on that note, as we see an engage.
Up already, Stand United
the
can go in. Fado has the much injustice to get it with a taunt. That's gonna be the first blood for the side of KBG.
Did I say that they will be using this Shen defensively, at least with their lineup? Well, guess what? I'm wrong.
That's not
FPX. Right. FPX just surrendered the first blood to the first blood king. Again, KBG, Yu make that 6 out of 7 first blood participation for him. Dude, this guy is so good in the support role.
He did not even hesitate. The counter-strike, Fadu was rotating with a counter-strike, then use it, explosive cast, so that after the counter-strike, he doesn't have anything more to use. And that's a very smart way to play. But now, 1v1, bot lane, Anran doesn't have much damage just yet. The culling would be used to push back Sky. That's still a good 1v1. No Summoner's Burn bot side.
True, and he's going to build Black Cleaver. I'm trying to look into his Summoner spell. If it was an Exhaust, that should be an immediate Exhaust. But looking at the Summoner spell that was carried here by Andra 9, he went for the barrier. So there's no, I would say, aggressive Lucian play that we saw from the bot side. As we enter the 20-second mark before the first objective, we're going to look into the overall state of the game. And you can see the KG is actually winning the top side. Oh no, that's a big problem.
Yeah, that's a matchup that he always wins, especially after getting to level 5. The Garen is just going to be having an easier time at this point because Jax doesn't have any items just yet. So that is easy. 2 kills already on the board for KBG, getting that early game. As we said, early game would be way easier to pull off for this team because remember, the presence of a Shen makes it hard for them, for FPX to commit into anything.
And look at Yu just by himself, trying to be that threat against 4 people. You only do this if you're ultra confident, which he is right now.
Stand United, explosive cast, backside, A13, low on HP. Now they have the Valkyrie. Gonna be the package, and that's gonna be the carpet right there. It's gonna be hard for KBG to actually go in. One has been killed, but Sky is gonna be the next one to target. Anna's gonna be flashing. Great timing for the flash. Xiao is gonna be the one that Anna wants to kill, but it's still a Drake onto the side of KBG.
A win as well for Kit Best Gaming, and again, that is the Mountain Dragon. We know that KBG already owns top side, so this transition over to the Rift Herald is going to happen anytime soon. As we look into the replay, again, it all started with Yu in front of everyone. He doesn't have anyone as of yet, but because of the Shen Stand United, it's easy to pull off all this combo. Package was used by Sky, but it did not really do anything.
One of the things that is good to note here is that Yu is the one who's holding onto the taunt, and that's something that I always love to see. Putting the support and the jungler together just meshes so well, and that's why they were able to win that. Now the Rift Herald is going to be taken to by KBG. After that, they just lost a lot of their momentum, but it's a good thing that FPX got a kill in the bot lane.
True, stop the bleeding on the bot side. Try to go for some trades because we can see that KBG really owns this early game. After getting that dominating start on the top lane, it's easy to really secure this Rift Herald. Ladies and gents, that's how you play Wild Rift. If you own one side of the map, go for the objective on that side because it's going to be a lot easier. The threat isn't going to be there, and KBG knows that. Fado is definitely far away from where he should be at right now, and it should be an easy objectives left and right for KBG.
What KG wants to do here is to decelerate the power spike of this Jax, and he's doing so well. Especially if he takes down this tower in the top lane, makes it harder for this Jax to move forward, and that just decelerates it again. And that is how you play against those scaling carries. Just decelerate them as fast as you can, and the more you decelerate them, the better it is. But Yu has the explosive cast, but isn't gonna pull the trigger.
There's already a 3k gold lead here that we're looking at here. Dash 7 minutes and 32 towers down for the side of FPX. I did say that they were able to stop the bleeding on the bot side by getting that kill. But at least in that exchange, you could still see that KBG ultimately won just because they were able to defend the tower on the bot side. Yeah, you surrendered 1 kill, but more importantly, you were able to defend your tower. That's, you know, Wild Rift in general. You sacrifice lives of your champion for your tower as we look into another engage.
Yeah, Stand United gonna be used. They can go for Zhongzi if they want to, but the target's gonna be Xiao. He has been slowed down. Shadow Dash is not gonna hit. And Xiao is still running away, but the Dredge Line would be able to hit onto Yu. And now he's gonna be running to nothing. He's low in HP, and KG still survives a flash into the Shadow Dash. The taunt survives and also able to secure 2.
2 kills for the price of 1 flash by Datone. Again, just looking at the rotation, it's a lot easier to do now because there's no tower to really stop the forces of KBG. Imagine if there was a tower in the mid lane. That dive won't happen at all. As we look into the replay, the one that engaged was Chao. But this is the problem, right? And this is the reason why you don't give chance to Chinese teams, because they will just be utilizing it as if it's nothing. It's like their 3rd summoner spell.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's
I mean, yeah. I mean, a big problem. I just have to do one thing. I call my Shen, and that should be easy.
Yeah, and actually, they were baiting. They knew that they are going to get engaged on by Zhang Ji. And that's why KBG just were baiting with Yu. And I think Yu is still not the best target at this point. They don't have the capabilities just yet. After the 2nd item, sure, you go for Yu, it's going to be okay. But at this point, it's still going to be hard. Couple that with a Shen shield. Makes it way harder. That's why FPX is having a hard time. But I do believe that after maybe 3 items, they could actually win against this composition.
Not anymore. Does feel like, you know, Unrun 9 on the solution will have the scaling advantage all throughout the game. And it's just a formality waiting to happen unless there's going to be a very big collapse on the side of KBG. I don't think the FPX does have the necessary tool to really challenge this lineup of KBG, because we did say that we were questioning the early game damage that KBG does possess, but look at what happened. They just out-macroed FPX, they won the lanes, they won the objective team fights, and from that point on, there's no looking back.
That's just, honestly, all I can say is that the Shen just enabling everybody to go for these kills. Yeah, and 15 seconds on the clock, we have another objective. And even if this Shen doesn't go to that objective, Yu is going to be there. And Yu is the only one they need, and the Shen is just going to latch onto that.
Remember, at the 5-minute mark, KBG was able to get 2 out of 2 objectives. Will it be 4 out of 4 objectives in this game number 1? Does look like so, because if you are Zhang Ji, it will be a lot harder to really enter this pit, because the engage of Yu will always be there, the follow-up by Datone, and of course the pokes coming from Xiaoma will always be there.
I'm honestly going to be okay if they get this and just try to trade out the objectives for FPX and not give them both. Just try to get one and then run away. Now they're taking the Rift Herald, trying to threaten this, and Chao is going to be holding on to Yu, now low in HP. They still have the Stand United to work, but KG was already here. And this might be the time for FPX to actually make use of that. They're going to be going for Fadu, but he doesn't have the damage still. They are divided. Right here, Xiaoma wasn't hit by that Dredge Line. So this is chance. That's one down. Their jungler is down. Zhang Ji is down. And this is going to be the chance for KBG to just roll over the members of FPX. They don't have enough damages yet. The tanky members of KBG are just in the face of FPX. And they have nothing to do on this objective.
Chao went for this wing and misses, and an immediate punish by KBG was there for the taking. The team fight was divided into 2, a 3v3, a 2v2, and we all know that KBG, regardless of how you play the team fight, with the gold advantage that they have, it should be an easy taking for them. KBG gets the dragon again as we look into the replay. Look at the skirmish, look at the team fight. It was divided into 2. I thought that Yu would be the handler, or would be the Stand United person for Datone. But there's a mix-up, right? There's that curve ball, and Datone using his shadow dash over the wall. It's just so easy for KBG.
Yeah, that taunt, every time they get the taunt in, KBG is not going to hesitate to just go in. And as we said, KBG does have the damage here because of the items that they have. It doesn't matter if they don't have overall damage, but it's also because they have item advantage. That's why it's easy for them to just roll over the members right here of FPX. And FPX has been struggling for so long, and again, Stand United is already called, and everybody's gonna be here. 5 members of FPX can't even do damage against KBG. They're having a hard time. Counter-Strike is being pulled up. Mega Inferno Bomb to the explosive cast, but again is the casualty of this fight.
There's a reason why they won the championship last season. And this is a good showcase of what they do to your team. They will dismantle you, they will outpressure you, and when they know that they have the advantage, they will just put the pedal to the metal and just not look back as we look into KBG securing another objectives for themselves.
Yeah, and FPX is not even committing to this. Even without any damage, that's on. I think that's going to be the kill onto Chow, but that is too slow. You're going to be able to get one with that. That's going to be the bomb on the hand, and KBG is just not even phased with that engage from FPX.
That's a 3v4 dash, and KBG just said, okay. That's it.
Yeah.
Now KBG going to summon the Rift Herald on the top side, another gold injection for them and for their squad. And lo and behold, we now have a 12k gold lead in favor of KBG. No looking back. There's a go next angle. FPX needs to fix something very soon.
All I can say is that this game feels unfair. They can't even do damage. They can't even do damage against any members of KBG. And FPX still are trying to actually go there up to this point. Yes, maybe they can hold off, but because their towers are down, how are they going to be getting those resources? Because right now, Baron is being taken by KBG, and they have no vision at this part of the map.
If there's a chance for FPX to at least prolong this game, this could be it.
Yeah, this might be it. The chance for them to go in. They're going to go in with the damage. Xiao is going to be in front of everybody who has the stasis, though. But even these three members can't even get the kill on KG on a 3v1. And that says a lot about what they can and can't do here in this composition.
There is a tower taking Jax on the bot side, though. So a small positive for the side of FPX. Trading a kill for a tower is definitely so welcome. But FPX, the problem still persists. Dude, look at KBG. They're still threatening. There's no vision, and Yu goes all in.
Body slam, and that's going to be the Stand United. A13 might be dead in the waters here. That's going to be not in the waters. He's dead in the bombs. And FPX is going to be running away. But it's a good thing. One of the good things I saw is that at least they stopped the Baron.
Yeah.
Let's take everything.
Sure. Yeah,
I
mean, with everything said and done, like getting a tower, stopping the Baron for the side of KBG is definitely a positive to look at if you're FPX. But does that do anything for their chances in winning? Yeah, maybe just by a small margin. But looking at how the state of the game is right now, you can easily say that this is, what, 95% favored to the side of KBG?
Yep. 11k gold lead, though. So this is very much almost impossible for FPX to actually win unless they get the chance to get the items. They can't even kill anybody from KBG, especially the three front lines that they have, the muscular guys that they have. These guys are going to go in. They still have the Stand United to work with, but it's looking like Yu wants to go in with explosive cash. Fadu is going to be the target, has to counter strike. No damage whatsoever onto their side. Shadow Dash is not going to be hitting, and FPX is playing this so well. They're using this, they're kiting, but it's still not enough. The Mega Inferno Bombs takes off everybody from the face of the earth, and Sky is going to be the next one. He has the barrier, and it's still, look at the tower. The tower is not doing any damage against the Ton, and that says a lot about how ahead they are.
And KBG will just march down the mid lane, or maybe even the Baron lane, to wrap things up, to finish everything here, Dash. One more person left to defend, and that's A13. Could he do anything?
They have a long time. A13 now low in HP, just with just one bomb, one bouncing bomb from Xiaoma. And now he's being zoned out. He's not going to do anything. This is going to be the game for KBG. That's going to be a great win and a great redemption for these guys.
My God, this is like the potential. This is the KBG I was expecting in this tournament, Dash. What a complete control of a game. That's Yu special, right? Like, I looked into the stats, and at the middle of that game, Andra 9's KDA was 1-1-1.
Yeah.
Was just present in 2 kills. And they won that hard. That just goes to show how big of a team KBG is right now. And if they get their win conditions, the check marks, at the perfect timing, chances are you would be left with nothing. And that's what happened to FPX.
Yeah, and that's what's hard about this, though. For FPX, with their composition, we said that they won't have enough of the damage for the side of KBG, but because of the fact that FPX wasn't able to utilize even the Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix wasn't able to do anything during that game, and that is what's hard whenever you have a Shen composition. Kha'Zix going for isolations, but Zhang Ji wasn't able to do anything, wasn't able to see anyone isolated because everything is a 2v1 fight.
we could break down that team fight, and it started with UU Special, right?
That's
Going
true, yeah.
inside the jungle of Jiangji, taking away the tempo, the momentum, basically the start of everything was when UU was able to make Jiangji's life miserable in his own jungle. And I think that's when you look into this game, what could we do better? I think they have to take care of their jungler better, because if Jiangji would just be easily owned by the pressure of the support of the opposing side, then things are not looking up.
Yeah, and that is one of the reasons why picking a Kha'Zix is like a feast or famine type of situation, and that is famine right there from what I'm seeing from Jiangji. He has the lowest damage because he can't even get close to KBG.
And also looking at total damage dealt by Anran, he's the lowest damage of the 5. We did say that he's the star player of KBG, but it does seem like, he wasn't even needed by this team. He's scaling up, he's doing his part, right? But almost every single member of KBG is scary in their own right. And again, if I'm going to choose an MVP, yeah, you could give it to KG. But it does feel like that this is a UU special. UU just made the game so easy for KBG, in where FPX really did not stand a chance.
Yeah, they really struggled a lot, and also because of the taunt. If also, I'm gonna be giving an honorable mention, but I think it's cheating if I give this MVP to a Shen, because it's a Shen we're talking about. But again, if it's the amount of plays, the amount of enabling that everybody did during this game, I think it's gonna be going to the Shen. Yes, it's cheating, but I would really love to give it to UU too, just because of the great explosive gas holding on to the Shen. The stand Uniteds that he did was also given to him, because UU was the enabler right there.
He was the reason why what we initially thought was a lack of damage for the part of KBG did not really pan out. He was everywhere. He was able to read the map. He was able to detect where Jiangji is and was. And at that point, they just waited for that level 5 power spike, quote unquote. Not really power spike, but that level 5 ultimate to be available for Daton, to have that taunt, right? From Daton.
That's true. Yeah, the taunt. And the lack of damage doesn't really matter if you have a lot more items. That's why we saw it during that whole game. They have more items. Lack of damage doesn't matter, and that's how you really play this game. Just get an advantage wherever you can, and that's what we saw in KBG. Just masterful way of using this composition altogether.
And some would say that KBG did get drafted. Maybe some other teams will try this 5-man squad that KBG did try, and you would see the flaws right away.
Yeah, it's not gonna work
again
that well.
In KBG, ladies and gents, there's a reason why they're the champions in the most recent WRL Season 2, heading into this WRL Asia. Daton was also the MVP, finals MVP, and in this game, he's the MVP, 6-0-9 as his KDA. You cannot give this guy his Shen.
Yeah, and again, the Shen should not be available in the next game if FPX wants to get away from that, or maybe pick another jungler to decide just to counter the Shen in a way. But again, this is just our first game, everybody. We still have a game 2, we still have a game 3 if possible. But again, that's just gonna be it. We're gonna be taking a short break before we head into the next one. See you guys in just a bit.
Shapeshifts make them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when the face done is set. You're in front of the best. Different league, if you wanna get to me, I give him pedigree.
One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby don't stop, baby don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby don't stop, baby don't stop, baby don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you?
Welcome back, everybody. Again, this is going to be the game 2 between KBG right here. And this is going to be a really nice game with FPX coming back. Are they going to be coming back from this game, or will this be the match point for the side of KBG? We're going to be shoutcasters again. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Autolus. And this is going to be a chance for FPX to come back and talk about what happened during that last game. But what do you think, Autolus, happened, and what should they fix?
They have to go back to the drawing board. You're right. Like at the very beginning, we saw how the impact of their jungler Jiangji was negated right away by Yoyu. They have to expect better from this champion. They have to send Chao as a response. Yeah, I know that they went for the ballsy play of diving bot lane, trying to get that first blood, but once it got denied, it was so easy for KBG to play their playstyle.
Yeah. And again, KBG just played, we said it during the drafting too, even if if the composition doesn't have a lot of things going for them, it's a composition that is easy to pull off. But with that, we saw Yuyu actually making this composition, even if it's easy to work out, his explosive cask was able to always isolate one target, and that target is going to be taken off as fast as they can.
We have to wait if this Shen/Gragas composition or combination for the side of KBG would again be allowed to let through, because if that game was any lesson, not just for FPX, it's a lesson for everyone. You cannot give these guys that composition, because they will just dismantle you from the get-go. As we head over into this second game, of course, my first question is, will this be still the same side selection? We all know that KBG, at least in the past 2 games, it always went the distance. It always went the third game. And if there will be a chance for FPX to, again, follow through with that, now is the time, because KBG, they've shown quote-unquote miscommunications during the early game in their first 2 series. So FPX just needs to be wary of how Yuyu would be playing the early game and control the flow from there.
Yeah, if ever they start right here, one of the things that they need to think about on the side of FPX is that, are they going to be giving the Shen? They're the first picks anyway, so if ever the Shen is going to be available, they could take it for themselves. Yes, it opens up a lot of possibilities for KBG, but they don't want a replay of what happened during game 1.
Definitely not. As we look into the bans that is being laid out here by both teams, does seem to me that, you know, there's really no big difference. We have the Akali and the Senna as the first 2 bans for FPX. Same goes for KBG, banning away the Camille, banning away the pesky Zoe as well. Now that the Fiora has been banned away, the question prevails. Will it be another Shen pickup for KBG? As we remember, during game number 1, the Shen got through second rotation, right? It wasn't immediately picked by KBG. So FPX knows this, that if they will be allowed the opportunity to pick up the Shen, they would have that chance by their second rotation. But we'll see. Will there be any difference in this first pick coming from FPX? Because earlier today in game number 1, it was an automatic Jace pickup.
Yeah, and again, this is going to be the first pick for their side. FPX still wants to get the Jace for their side. But when it comes to the bans for FPX and KBG, it's the same thing that they had during the first game. And this gives more opportunities for FPX. Yes, we're going to be seeing the Jace again, but KBG has opportunities to do the same thing. I mean, if ever if something works for KBG, they don't need to change anything. They can pick the 6, they can pick the Gragas for the second rotation of picks.
Sure. And again, that's the UU special. You can leave Xiaoma on his own. He's a big boy. He can play against 2 people. No threat whatsoever. And leaving UU being able to roam around the map and trying to find where Jiang Ji is. It kind of reminds me of, the best support players that we have in not just in Wild Rift, but also in League of Legends PC, in where they would be calling through the fog of war where the jungler is. And again, if this will be a Shen open for the taking for KBG, I expect them to do the same thing.
They're going to be quelled here on the side of FPX if they don't change anything during the second rotation of our picks, because they're doing the same thing. The Nautilus and the Jax, all of this was the picks during game 1. They don't want to change anything. Is this going to be what KBG wants to go for? Are they going to be picking the Shen again after this? I'm not really sure if that's going to be the good thing for FPX if they pick the Jax again.
Quite positive that that's going to be the route. As we look into I think we're just having some small difficulties when it comes to the interface. We're going to fix that in real quick, because the bans is already here without the third champion from KBG. That shouldn't happen. But again, just looking back, if this is indeed a Shen, then this is the same 3 picks between FPX and KBG. And I remember what Omo said. What he said back when we were working together a couple of months ago, I think that was over a year ago. This team, they would be thinking as if, okay, if this set of champions would be open on the other side, would they win? If the answer is yes, they would go for a second rodeo.
It's the same champions.
Same set of champions.
You're right. They're going for the second rodeo. And what is FPX going to do? Are they going to change things here? This is the time to change things. Maybe take off the Kha'Zix picks. That is one of the things that I also want to note, is that Kha'Zix could be changed to something else. Maybe pick up a Vi. A Lee Sin could also be good. Other than the Kha'Zix, at least you have that damage on that big fights that we're going to be having for KBG.
Jiang Ji, or maybe even Shen Zhao, right? Like, I really think that this Shen Zhao pick by Chinese teams, it presents something that is not often seen here in APAC, but this is also a very scary champion. This is the curveball that FPX went for, going for that Olaf. We all know that Olaf is very strong early, especially with that true damage that comes with his Reckless Wing. So this is going to be a very good answer. If KBG still goes for the Lucian, then they will present the same set of champions that they had during game number 1. Meanwhile, on FPX side, the only change was this Viking in the jungle.
Yeah, having the Olaf in the jungle could also be a good thing here, and KBG doesn't even need to change things, but this is going to be an unfavorable matchup for the mid lane. Adlan versus Sky fighting with the Jace, unless they do the same rotation a while ago, putting the Corki in the mid lane to have an easier advantage. So this is the difference. The only difference that we have is how is this Olaf going to change things for FPX? Is it gonna be in a good way or a bad way? Because KBG did this composition so well during the last time, and it's also because Jiang Ji was left with nothing on that game.
Chao has a big responsibility here in trying to answer UU's aggression towards the jungle of FPX, right? It's the same concept. All you have to do is to go for the correct play in the first few minutes of the game. Are you really going to risk it all and trying to get that first blood on the bot side, or are you trying to go and answer what UU is trying to do and trying to impact the play a lot better, right? In terms of map rotations, in terms of information. Because if Chao doesn't answer UU's quote-unquote map play, then I don't like the chances of FPX at all.
Yeah, and they said before, Xiao is one of the best supports that we have in this tournament, and we haven't seen him turning up. And even Padu is having a hard time making plays, making things work for the members of FPX. I was expecting these two players for FPX. They had a championship experience, both of them. I am hoping for them to do a lot more during this next game.
Yep. The mainstays from FPX, you have Chao, you have Fado. Both these teams were attendees of Icons Global. They can handle their own. But again, against these quote-unquote newcomers that has really won something for themselves, the confidence is at an all-time high, and Yu has just got the number of Chao, at least during game number 1. They're going to try to change things up. I'm talking about FPX, and again, one of the things that really broke the game open last game out was Fado's solo death to KG.
Yeah, and again, after level 5, that would be way easier for KG to just do. And look at what he's doing. He's just bullying Fado on this top lane.
Sure.
I will be nitpicking something here, but if you build aggressively and dying against a Garen on 1v1 when you're a Jax, you're definitely gonna lose that early game laning phase. But it's okay, because at least you're gonna be surviving for so long. But you don't have the dueling capabilities of fighting against the Garen 1v1 at level 5.
Is that an over-respect? Maybe, maybe not, but this is almost the same thing that KBG did go for during game number 1. We saw Yu trying to at least give Anran9 his space. And there you go, another invade. But this time on the blue side, blue quadrant of Zhangji.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, I think Zhangji would be able to... Hey, wait! He was still able to get it. That's on. Really good play right there. And that is just unfortunate right here for Zhangji. And that is just really hard for him.
Yeah.
He really needs to rush that level 5. But with KBG having the better time here, it would be way easier for them to just dive later on again. After level 5, I believe Yu would make a play.
But one thing that I really liked from that play was Chao's matching up Yu's overall presence, right? Yu was there, and if Chao wasn't there, then there would definitely be an all-in coming from the taunt and the body slam, and we all know what is going to happen from that point on. But because FPX went back to the drawing board, said and saw the thing from Yu, immediately the response by Chao is to match up that rotation coming from the support of KBG.
Yeah, I like the rotations right here from FPX, that they're changing things up, try to match them up, and maybe get a Chao onto level 5. Because with this, the timing of FPX would be just good. Look at Chao and even Zhangji going to the top side. They want to match this fight that's gonna happen and is brewing at the top side.
It's scary though, because I believe that the Ton is already reaching, is already close to his level 5 Stand United power spike. They need to clear this minion fast. Is there going to be an engage by KBG? They're holding on. They're holding off.
Yeah, they know that Zhangji was there. There was a war there, and that's why they were backing away and not trying to engage. And that's some things, those micro things that you need to see, is that the reason why these junglers aren't easily successful with their ganks is because of that, the way they put the vision here for the side of KBG.
And a lot slower game tempo overall for KBG and FPX. To me, this is actually a positive for FPX. This is definitely different from what happened during game number 1, in where we saw FPX not prepared at all to face against this Shen strategy. But they already saw it coming. They were able to at least experience it firsthand. And kudos to FPX coaching staff. Even though that there was so little adjustment towards the picks on the champions, the gameplay really evolved and really changed.
Yeah. On this time though, they have the ultimate from the Ton, and looking at Yu, he's looking for an explosive cast. One really overstep for Fadu could potentially be the kill here for the side of KBG. That's why they're pushing them back. They have the minion waves. They would have a chance here. And also, objective's gonna be coming up in just a bit.
In 5 minutes, the things could break out for both squad. But Zhangji already is level 7. This is way different from what happened during game number 1. Again, this is better showing overall. And as an Olaf against the Shen, yeah, Stand United could be very pesky. But we all know, once you pick up this Olaf, if you get ahead, most of the time, you will be the reason why your team would win. Chow, though, again, one of the things I really liked about him, at least in this game number 2, is that he's matching up. He's trying to find Yu. Where are you, Yu? And I will be there.
And Yu is just rotating. This is the reason why Yu is having a hard time just heralding the team, making plays, is because Chow is always there. And that's what you needed to do. You need to rotate against their own support, and you can only do that when you have a lot of vision on their jungle. And that is what Chow has. Oh, that dredge line could have been destruction for the side of KBG. Now, they're starting to look upon the Infernal Drake. They're calling upon the Dragon.
No.
They have the ultimate already used. That charge, nobody. Right here! Time is just right. A13 has been caught. He has the Valkyrie. Package is going to be left there, but they don't have any more HP. This is the members of FPX losing a lot of their space, and this is going to give the chance for KBG to just take this Drake.
I was praising Chow all game long, and then he decided to throw it all away by using his depth charge onto one member that is the beefiest member on the side of KBG. A botched engage from FPX did result into an immediate punish coming from KBG. KBG knows how to punish. We all know that, and now they were gifted of an Infernal Dragon.
And also, they didn't even use the Stand United during that fight. They just used Yu. Now Yu is just going to be running away here. The dredge line is going to be hitting him, and I think this is going to be the punish that they need. But Yu still, I thought, is going to survive, but A13 rocket right there.
Good burst coming from the side of FPX. Again, the First Bloods has been on the side of Yu almost every time. We all know that he was present in 5 out of 6 First Bloods. Make that 5 of 7 now. And again, a good response by FPX overall. Now able to summon the Rift Herald on the mid lane. This could be an easy takedown.
Yeah, I think he's losing a lot of his HP. He's going to pull down Jiangxi's dead. Xiao is going to be the next target, next on the chopping block, and he's going to be running, but the stasis is going to buy some time. But KBG would still take this. The bouncing bomb is there to take him out.
Greeting out was FPX. They thought that tower was already them for the taking, but KBG was able to read the play ahead of time, sending under 9. This is the flanking Lucian that you don't often see, but when you see, it's very scary.
Oh wow, the damage from Advent at this point in the game is really scary. I was surprised that Jiangxi just died there. Once he used the Ragnarok, he's just dead. Now they're gonna go in. Explosive gas has the much injustice to use, and that's another kill. Yu making plays around the map.
3 straight kills for the side of KBG. It all started with KBG Yu surrendering his life, but just like any other KBG game, you cannot count them out.
Oh no, Changji wants to go for Yu. Yu's gonna be dead. He's gonna be surviving for a bit. He has that charge KG. He's still gonna get the kill there. There's gonna be a 3v2, not a fight favorable for them. He was able to hit in the end, and that might be a Chow. Now low in HP, flashing in for the taunt. But look at the backside though. They have exhaust onto Xiao Ma.
No mana.
They're gonna be going A13. Doesn't have anything. Has the honey fruit. Can Valkyrie away from this? The damage from the taunt is gonna be there, but that is an overstep for him because Fadu is here. He does have the dodge right here later on, but he's being chased around, and that's a level 10 Shen, but it's still not enough for Fadu to do anything there.
Yeah, I mean, the gap off the level was actually enough as we see Anya 9 pulling out the calling against Sky. As we look into, will there be a replay? I'm hoping that there would be a replay, because if there was any saving grace on that Corki, was that honey fruit was very vital in order for him to survive. He did not have any mana at all, and Yu, we could see it here. Yu trying to still be over aggressive, and KG, that last hit was very vital. He was able to secure that kill. Another thing that really is a positive for the side of FPX is that A13 is now up to 2 kills already on this game, accelerating his tempo. And we all know that Corki could still win you games, right? He still dishes out a huge amount of damage on the AP side in that. As we look into this chase, that is not going to happen because of that level gap.
Yeah. And the objectives are going to be coming up later on, but again, the damage right there or the gold right there, look at that on the left side of our map, but there's a fight happening though. Chow was able to get one onto Yu. There's going to be the Stand United, but he's dead before that happens, and that's what you need to do against a Stand United.
Definitely. You just burst him down, right? Is there any Serpent's Fang user? I'm trying to figure things out. There you go. There is indeed a Serpent's Fang item bought for Sky. Hullbreaker into Serpent's Fang. A very good adjustment from the side of FPX. Really kudos to this squad.
Yeah, that's what you need though. Those timings. And Sky was able to take the red buff too. That is just them slowly gaining the momentum, slowly adapting to what KBG has put on the table. And now this might be KBG. Again, taking a tower down, getting a bit more advantage around the map.
Another gold injection to the side of KBG though. With all said and done, with all of the good plays that we're seeing from FPX, we look at the gold lead and we realize that KBG is still in firm control. That still is a 3.3k gold advantage for the side of FPX. And we all know that to the side of KBG, we all know that their lineup does have a very good scaling in it as well, because they have Ziggs, they also have the Lucian.
Yeah, pretty important for them to start that though. The Taun now low on HP, but they don't have anything to use. The Sand United is going to be backing away so that he can use that ultimate though. That Infernal Bomb has a lot of damage. Nobody died during that encounter.
Look at you, look at you.
Gonna make a play. Still has the Sand United, but he's not going to continue in taking any kills.
Yep, but he was able to delay the backs of the team of FPX. And with that said and done, now they are able to take down the tower in the mid lane. They're also able to get the Rift Herald and is in perfect position to get another dragon for themselves. Small plays coming from UU, but definitely intelligent ones that needs to be copied by almost all supports out there.
Yeah, I like the macro, especially for KBG. They really know how to play around it. But now with FPX struggling to gain any momentum right now, UU going to be the target again with the Dredge Line 2 to that charge. He still has a lot of HP. He's going to be very tanky. They're not going to be taking any kills just yet. No ultimates for Chow. Despite disadvantage for FPX, they don't have the placements. Look at how KBG is spacing against them. They want to converge against this squad.
And as much as I want to fault Chow for trying to engage on the Gragas 2 times now in this game, a lot of it has something to do with KBG's positioning, right? There's no one available for you to take.
Yeah, Sand United. Gonna go to the balcony with a red carpet right there on their side, but now it's gonna be dead. Look at them chasing Zhangji. Zhangji wasn't able to do damage. Now it's gonna be dead. And FPX is gonna be losing all their lives and nobody's gonna survive. Oh, they're surviving. Again, Inferno Bomb, they're being chased down, but KBG are still running towards them, but this is an easy Mountain Drake for them.
Yeah, and again, a flawless fight for the side of KBG. No more taunt available for that Tone, but not a problem for him. Look at him threaten the life of Sky.
He's fighting them. He's not afraid of everybody.
What a bully.
They have gold advantage anyway, so might as well do that. And now they're taking their time. Take a look at what's happening around the bot side. They want to take it, but let's take a look at those replay.
Yeah, again, looking at the replay, we have to remember that there is no combo available for Chow. And Under 9 saw that Xiaomo was being engaged upon by the Olaf, and it's an easy flash in to the peel and execute onto that Olaf. And everything at that point, with no ultimate, with no engage available for the side of FPX, there's really no way for you to lock down the primary targets. And it's an easy fight overall for the side of KBG. Again, just looking into how the... Wait, there's a dead Basho.
Oh, okay. FPX, they got caught. Now they have the ultimate to that charge. They have a lot more people, but they're taking down one. Look at the risk they're taking just to get a gold on anybody for KBG.
The perfect play, but the execution wasn't really there for the side of FPX. Again, they tried. I have to commend them though. But does it feel like the Chow is out of his element? Another death push, this time for the side of KBG. There you go, a flat 4v2. This is it.
Want to go for it though. 3 people are here. Side, Fadu gonna be running away, but the calling is on the hands of Sky. They're gonna be chasing down Fadu. The Dimashi Justice is there to get the kill. Sky went in. To what cost? He's gonna be dead right here. They have the damage right now. 813, not enough to actually get the kill. Exhaust is gonna be there for Andron. That's gonna be the kill, and that's 3 people. An unofficial ace for the side of KBG.
I mean, if you're FPX, it's easy to say that these guys are already out of their element, because they already lost, what, 2 members, and they're still ahead or way forward than they should be. And again, if there's a team that can really capitalize on these mistakes, it's KBG. Another injection of gold for the side of Keep Best Gaming, and looks like that the gold lead will now result into a very easy Baron takedown.
Yeah, I really want to know why FPX still wants to go here, because right now, even Chow is just going to be dead. They were expecting that to happen. Not going to do anything, and that X marks the spot. He's going to go in. Might be able to do something here. He went in, but the exhaust was there. He almost got it, but there was 500 HP still left. And Sky, look at this. FPX struggling to do anything. They want to do something on this. They have the package at 813, but it is lost for FPX. They don't know what to do right now.
It was a scary 50-50 flip, but with all said and done, I don't think that would matter. Because right now with KBG in the lead, they can just do this. They can just go in your face and they can just make your lives miserable.
It's so hard for FPX. They want to do damage, but the 3 front lines that they have, it's easy to do a front to back in KBG.
Look at this.
Look at the Stand United. They even wasted the Stand United, used it as a TP. Now they want to get a kill on KG. Maybe they want some biscuits. They want some kills on their side. Maybe get a shutdown. What was that damage? That was half HP from KG. And he still got the kill. Is he going to get away? I hope he doesn't though. Because the Stand United was wasted. He was able to get some HP. But he is going to be dying. But at what cost? KBG is going to be ending the game. After that kill on the bot side, 813 is lost. And they went forward. Sky is not going to do anything except to go 6 feet under. And that is going to be the win for KBG.
15 minutes and 30 was what was needed by KBG to dismantle and take that 2-0 win against FPX. What a game! What a clinical performance from them. Have to give my hats over to FPX in making the necessary adjustments, but when it comes to push, when it comes to the shoving, when it matters, KBG does really know what to do.
Yeah, they're really not pulling any punches against the squad there of FPX. I believe that FPX tried their best, but the problem there is, even if we nitpick the draft that FPX has put forward for us, it still comes to execution, and KBG executed that composition so well. And if, as we said, we've said this during game 1 and game 2, UU was the reason why they were able to do everything there. Even in game 2, he was able to really make some plays for the team.
He's like the ultimate facilitator, ultimate enabler, right? Although he surrendered the first deck in the middle lane, which was very unfortunate, KBG still is a very stout team. They would still present you, the threat. And that over-commitment on the mid lane was immediately punished, right? They were able to get the Rift Herald. They thought that the tower was easy for them to take. FPX was in the wrong there. Enred 9's flank was so special, and from that point on, there's no looking back.
Honestly, when it came down to it, their draft was supposed to be good on the side of FPX if they waited for the late game, but because of KBG just getting all that early game power to their side and getting that early to mid game advantage with that type of composition, it's just going to be easy enough for them to just steamroll the members there of FPX. FPX tried, but again, KBG was the reason why WRL was so hard for everybody is because of this squad, and now they're back.
And this is a very good performance from them. A lot to really dissect. If you are really a fan of good macro, you could look into this and you could possibly just take out 5, 6, maybe even 7 good plays out of it that you could teach to your team or maybe to your coaches, and you could never go wrong. This time, KBG, it's the same thing, right? It's the same draft. But kind of, utilized differently because the win condition from game number 1 isn't there. The same result was given. Again, we're looking into Chao's ability to adapt to UU. He did try to adapt, but those engages against UU was questionable at best, which you could actually ask, right? How much of it was because of KBG?
Yeah.
Right? Or UU was in front of everyone, and if you are Chao, you are being there to engage on him, and Chao delivered, right? Chao engaged on the very tanky champion. But the question is, are you really going to fault Chao being impatient in there, or are you going to commend KBG by allowing their quote-unquote carries to really be safe in the backside with no vision available to FPX? What can you do? What can Chao do? Honestly, in that game, 0.
Yeah. Honestly, that's a good question, though. This is a very great front-to-back composition that they built on the side of KBG, and they delivered with just that. They're just doing front-to-back every time, and it was easy to pull off. And also, we can really count the fact that this Shen just changes the course of the jungler. I think when it came to the game, the most affected member of FPX was Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji had the hard time game 1 and game 2 because of the fact that the Shen does his thing so well and makes the landscape of the jungling different. And that's why it was hard for FPX to do anything that much.
It's so different. Everything is different for the side of KBG. They can make Garen as if he's like the top tier S tier pick that we are accustomed in seeing. KG is also a beast on that champion. And lost in all that limelight as well, Dash, is Xiaoma. Xiaoma has been relatively stable, solid in this Ziggs pick. And there's a good reason why KBG did not really change anything up and still went for the same priority, going for the Gragas, going for the Ziggs, because Xiaoma will always deliver.
It works. It worked in the first game. You don't need to change anything. And that's why they didn't change anything during the second game. The bans didn't affect it. I mean, the first bans are the same. So that's way easier for KBG to decide. Let's do the same thing. They're picking the same things. And that's nice. And this is well deserved. Even if he's 1-3-8, Yu did so much for this game.
I can actually flip it and say that Yu won the game 1 MVP from me, and game 2 could be to that tone.
Really? Okay.
But I mean, like Yu surrendered the first blood, right? Like in game number 2. I feel like in game number 1 he played the perfect game that you can ask for from your support. In game number 2 there were some overextensions, but that easily got reversed by his good plays as well. But MVP goes over to Yu, and again the very first 2-0 for KBG.
Yeah, and again, KBG back to their groove, and this is what we want to see. But again, everybody, this is just our match 1. We're going to be having our match 2 in just a bit. We're going to be taking a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
Give it to me now.
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go.
where it goes. Make a move, oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. Lips so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, The stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
拿下下一个第一，
这整个坏了，
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
KT.RY
提起他的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
That's real magic.
Fast and dominating win that we've seen from that squad, KBG, but now we're on a different story. This is going to be KT.RY versus INV. And again, we're going to be your shoutcasters. For today, my name is Dash and I'm here with Autolus, and you guys are going to be seeing us for quite a while today. But again, these games are going to be fun.
You know what? We can spoil them. We can say that this is going to be the Sunday special because you would often see us together during Sundays. And after that brutal showing of KBG dismantling FPX, we are now going into what I call the palate cleanser and going for an APAC versus APAC matchup as we look into INV Esports from Thailand going against Seoul's KT.RY. Again, there is only one team from Korea that was sent over to this very prestige tournament, and it's KT.RY, a very deserved one.
Yeah, KT.RY performed really well during the last world stages that we had on the tournament. They were able to get to the quarterfinals, and this just says a lot about this squad. And it's almost the same, but let's take a look at INV Esports first. This game could be the difference right here. We do have a lot of familiar names. The only familiar name that I see here is Raven, also and Rich that I've seen from INV Esports.
Sure, like Raven and Rich goes way back during the first season of Wild Rift Esports here in Southeast Asia. Both of them were part of the Alliance from Singapore. So to me, yeah, this set of guys will go as far as where Raven and Rich will bring them. But one of the standouts that we've seen so far from this team has been Asriel in the Baron lane. He's been winning lanes, he's been making big plays, but now it's going to be tough because he will be facing against one of the best Baron laners that we have here in APAC in Rattel.
Yeah, one of the Baron laners that we have right there, Rattel. During the last time that we've seen Rattel perform so well, and I was really afraid during that time, but again, this squad has seen a lot of success too in their own region and even in the world stages, and they have fought heaven and hell with each other during those times.
Are you looking at Luna? I mean, look at Luna. Look at his hand gesture for a second. Does it remind you of anything? It doesn't. Is that like a... Is that Naruto?
I thought that's a jutsu. Yeah, I thought that's a jutsu or something. Okay. I don't know what jutsu, but I like that hand position that he has. I don't know if I could do it with my hands though.
Hand seals. But again, like KT.RY, the number one seed and the only seed from Korea that was sent over here. Big responsibility from them. We all know how stable they were. Ever since they were formed, they have always been one of the best teams that we have here. We're going to go to... Is this Michelle? I think this is Michelle. I think this is the same person that did interview Mirmo a couple of days back. But since this is an APAC versus APAC matchup, both these teams will be online, that's for sure. And we'll be seeing them in their respective boot camps.
Yeah, we're not going to be seeing him there because this is going to be different. We won't have a walk-off right there. So that's a bummer, but it's okay still because we're going to be seeing a lot more next time. But again, at least in the playoffs, we're going to be seeing all of them, whoever's going to be winning right there on that stage.
Can we join them though? Like,
I hope so.
Can they bring us?
I hope so. Please bring
some
us.
Message. I heard that Korea. Okay. So some gift giving. Someone is gifting over cupcakes to the side of the Korean squad, and that is INV Esports. You know what, Dash? We have to talk about this squad. A lot of analysts, a lot of coaches are singing praises of this squad, contrary to the public opinion of them, because a lot of the public viewers that we have out here are already writing them off the squad. They're saying that INV Esports is one of the weakest team that is being sent over by APAC. But at least with that win against Team Flash, it's actually a good revelation that they are very well equipped to stand against the best of the best. Yeah, I do understand that this is a different team. This is KT.RY, and this is definitely a favorite team. But you know what? As an underdog, all you have to do is to fight, and INV will do just that.
honestly, my question to you is, with that sentiment, does that say more about Invade Esports or does that say more about Team Flash when they lost against Invade Esports?
A little bit of both. Like, it's a 2-1. It's really hard to take something out of a 3-game series that really went the distance, and also it's just one game, right? Like, I know that there's something that is happening in the ecosystem of Team Flash, because I've heard like there's a different coach now from what we are accustomed in seeing in Team Flash's roster. But also, to add to that, Invade also being the underdogs in almost every matchup, they would welcome it, right? And as we look into this 1v1, this is going to be Rich going against Rattel. Rattel, the last time out that he was the so-called representative for KT.RY, he won convincingly. So he wants to add to that and get a 2-0 record. Apparently, you can send the same player over and over again. Huh.
Yeah. I think it's not a problem. If they want to get the best player
Yasuo
every time,
Riven again?
Rattel could really play that well. But again, Rich and Rattel picking up the Yasuo Riven on this matchup. But the difference is, a while ago, it was, remember, it was the support versus the mid laner. And now, on this side, it's going to be the support versus the top laner. So, this is fun.
Yeah, and we were kind of robbed of the opportunity to see a Rattel versus Asriel. We have been singing praises of Asriel's ability to really win this 1v1s just by his mechanics, just by utilizing his innate skills in the solo lane. But looking at how KT.RY is approaching this, by sending Rattel twice in a row now, it sends a message to everyone that these Koreans are out here not to have fun, but just to really dominate, right?
Yeah, they don't want to play any games. They want to not pull any stops against the members of Invade Esports. But look at Rich. Rich is happy in this game. He's happy about this fight. But looking at how Rattel is looking at this battle, are they going to be able to actually just take that off, get the red side? Because most of the time, people really favor the red side of the equation.
Unless you are that confident in going for the blue side priority, which I think happened just a couple of just a game back, right? Because we saw FPX going for blue side on second game, but numbers don't lie. These teams, a lot of teams really prefer the red side just because of that extra counter pick and that extra pick during the first rotation. This is the KT.RY bootcamp that we're showing right now. It's kind of reminiscent of what I saw during the LCK days, in where there's a booth and then that was showing to the audience. Unfortunately, there's no one watching them right now, but I bet, if it was open to public, I know that a lot of supporters would be out there and try to watch these teams in person.
Yeah, I honestly love this setups that they have. Then when it came to it, during the latest times, this is the usual setup. Whatever Invade Esports' setup is, this is the usual setup that everybody had during the last year, and they still have it. That's fun to see. They have a table and they have
chairs.
Yeah. Typical setup. And they have their chargers there too, which is also... Yeah.
And also a Wi-Fi router as well, right?
Yeah.
The closer it is, the better. Is this the second time that we'll be seeing Yasuo win against the Riven? We've been saying that this matchup should favor the Riven, but Anran9 was able to win as the Yasuo against the Riven. If this happens to be, a 2 win in a row for the Yasuo, I may have mixed opinions on it, and I may just, conclude that this is a skills matchup.
Yeah. There's a possibility. There's a big possibility that is the case, because there's a lot of things that Rattel needs to do in order to win this 1v1. And as we said, it's easier to execute a Rich's Riven here compared to Rattel. And it really is way different than how it was before, because compared to what it was during Andren's game, I think Rich is much more confident with this Riven, and he even brought the exhaust so he could get that, but the exhaust burned really early.
Yep, and look at how Rattel played it out. Yeah, you use the exhaust to me.
Oh no,
I'm just going to disengage and look at this. All in?
I think Rich is dead. He has the wave right there, but he's not going to continue. He flashed in to make the flashy play, but it's still a 1-for-1.
looking at the state of the wave, it looks like it's pushing towards the blue team because there still is a cannon minion that will still be solid there. And that's a 1-to-1. No one is at an advantage as of yet. Yeah, I know that there is like 100 gold more if you secure the first blood. But if you're rich, you're happy to get that trade.
You're okay of actually winning that 1v1. And Rattel, we saw him, just one mistake could potentially be the change of the game here. And using that broken wings like that gives opportunities for Rattel to actually fight like this. Because once you lose the broken wings, Rich doesn't have a lot of things going for him. He has to keep first in the Valor. But what Yasuo is good at is chasing a Riven.
Especially if you have the minions coming in and trying to help out your opponent. Again, Yasuo is one of the few.
He's exhausted.
Yeah, one of the few champions that can really make use of your opponent's minions.
Yeah.
1v1, finally.
I think might be dead. Rattel, Valor! Rich was able to turn it with the Valor. Look at how happy he is.
Yeah, I would be happy too. Like, a support player winning against Rattel, no less, deserves the smiles. Look at the coach, right? He went in and said, congrats.
He was smiling. He was all smiles when he saw Rich actually winning. And look at them laughing at laughing at Rattel losing that matchup though.
Okay, at least there's something to take away from that. That again, it still is Riven favorite, ladies and gentlemen. And Run 9 was just an exception.
Yeah, at least that your theory about it is still the same. I think I really believe the same too. Riven is always going to be having the advantage. Yeah, Yasuo having less of an advantage, but with what we've seen there, that Valor actually helped out. And Riven winning.
Like a lot of skills available to you, a dash, a shield, an all-in potential, as well with the broken wings. And we're just hearing from the directors and the production that Invade chooses the red side. No surprise there. It's kind of expected that if you win the 1v1, oftentimes you will go for the red side selection. We talked about this numerous times. But also one thing that I was able to see during that 1v1, especially during the champion select, was that Rammus was open for the taking. Yeah. You put me there, I'm going to pick Rammus. I tell you that.
On a 1v1, I'm not sure if that's gonna pair well.
Dude, do not question my Rammus. My Rammus win rate is really definitely up there. I can make it work. You trust, dude. Trust.
Sure. Let's try that. Let's try that theory next time and have a 1v1 against the Rammus.
Trust, dude.
But that would be possible though. But so far, based on the 1v1s that we had, it's always the same 3 champions during this week because we rotate the champions, right? Every week is gonna be different.
Oh,
now
really?
It's always, it's different. We had the Darius last week, and now we don't have a Darius.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes things more exciting. Because I hope that there will be a week in where none of this favorite 1v1 champions will be present, just so we can enjoy like the way Wild Rift should be played is it should be played wild.
What should be fun though is that every ADC should be there. And they're only forced to use the ADCs. That could be a fun game.
Caitlyn would win, right? Like,
oh, that's true. Caitlyn would be banned for sure.
Caitlyn, Lucian are the. Oh! There's something. Twitch just entered the fray.
Oh,
and you can play as the Twitch. Go for that excess ignite all in level 1.
Yeah.
Surprise your opponent. Take the advantage from there. Exciting times for the 1v1 aficionados, me included, Dash included. But let's go into the draft here, and we are seeing that that there's the Senna priority to be banned away by KT.RY. Good enough bans to really just open up one of the power peaks that we have in the meta, similar to what happened during the first series. Jace open, auto pick.
Yeah, Jace is gonna be open. First pick during the first game or the first match. Jace was always the first pick. Shen is also available, but because most of the times the WRL teams really love their Shens, but APAC teams don't really pick up the Shen as much unless they would really need it.
Here and there will be a Shen delivery system that is actually available for also why we all know there is one Shen Deliverer champion.
Yes,
Kali is
yeah.
that because you pop your shroud, you wait for the Shen to
there's
come
Shen.
in, and there you go. Invade is doing this draft similar to how KBG did it, right? Like
Yeah.
they went for the Ziggs as their first rotation. They easily replaced the Gragas with the Galio, and going for the second rotation Shen or third pick Shen means that they can also go for the Garen. But as we said, yeah, you can use the same set of champions that KBG did. But the question is, will he be executing at the same level? I don't think so.
That's gonna be the question here for Invade Esports. Are they gonna be able to do that on a squad like Roster Y, and where they always put all their cards on their Baron laner? Rattel is such a strong player. Is Ashiel gonna be able to pair up well on that top side of the map in order for them to execute this composition really well? So it all comes down to how they do this second rotation of picks. Are they gonna ban the Garen? Are they gonna be picking something different here for the Baron laner for the side of Invade?
Are you going to pick Garen against the ultra aggressive Baron laner
Jeez.
from Korea? That is the question, right? Like if there's a player that we have to really look forward in watching highlights after highlights, and that's going to be Rattel in the Baron lane from from Roster Y. Two seasons in, he's always the win condition for this squad. He still has the Riven. There still is the Riven open for the taking for Rattel. Renekton could also be picked up here, and easily Invich just snatches away the Renekton from Rattel.
Yeah. Renekton is going to be a good pick, especially when you're fighting against an Akali. They want always to just pick the Renekton, or maybe someone to shut down just one member from the side of Roster Y. But most of the time, a lot of Renekton picks are losing on their matchups just because everything is really Baron lane focused, and most of the time it's a disadvantage to the Renekton.
Yeah, it's not because Renekton is weak 1v1. It's because 1v1 rarely happens in Wild Rift, because oftentimes these teams will be sending over their support, their jungler to really get that advantage on the Baron side of things, because we all know that if there is a champion that was really built to be the lane bully, it was the Renekton. It is the Renekton. Yep. And there you go. None of the extra shenanigans that we are we're saying about Renekton is going to be bothered by Roster Y, and they're still going to pick Renekton for Rattel.
Yeah, and for the side of Roster Y, the reason why they pick the Renekton is because most of the time Akali really struggles on 1v1s, or at least when it comes to the fights, once you go in, the Ruthless Predator is always ready to get your head. That's why it's hard for an Akali to play that well. They want Zero to have an easier time playing this Akali, and now Invade Esports answers back with a lot of magic damage on this composition. It looks like it's easy to itemize against this composition.
Just go for
Magic
Force
resistance.
of Nature, second item for your Olaf, and your Olaf would be indestructible. He's not gold, but he's indestructible. But we're looking into Invade.
He's diamond.
I'm just looking at the lineup of Invade right now, and it just gives me a glimpse of what we saw from KBG earlier. A steady Baron laner in the Wukong, a marksman plus a scaling mage. That's the Ziggs plus the Corki to the side of Invade. So they're trying to go for the same playstyle here. But then again, the question always is the same. Execution-wise, can they match up what KBG did just a couple of minutes ago against FPX? Or will we see Roster Y be prepared in this this Shen lineup that Invade has prepared for us?
Yeah, that's gonna be the question. Are they gonna be able to match that up? The way that KBG did it during their last match was because KBG knows how to play around their support. But because this is a different support, it's a Galio. It would be way harder to execute in the way that you did during that last game.
Nomeldo is a very good support as well. So we all know his preference to go for engaged supports. Back when no one was picking the Alistar, he will still make it work. He also has a very good set support, but now he's going for like a champion that is how should I call this? Like a Nautilus and all-in potential as well, right?
They have the knockup. See the skies. Barrier has been popped already by Raven. And they're not going to continue to fight, but it's a good thing that one Summoners has been taken off.
Yep. Who wins this 1v1? I bet it's the Renekton, right? Wukong versus Renekton, as long as you can do this.
Yeah, he does have the stun, but it's a good thing he flashed away. He still doesn't have the Call the Meek. That's why he won't survive. That
Slice and dice to a Ruthless Predator. Not really the most common level 2 combination skills that we often see.
Look at the aggression from both sides. This is the difference from APAC teams. APAC teams really want those battles every time, and Rattel and Asriel are not a stranger through those fights.
And looks like that Asriel gets the upper hand. We all did say that Asriel has been an up-and-coming Baron laner for the APAC region, and INV really rides this guy most of the time. So far, so good for him in his matchup against Rattel. Rattel was forced to back away, and the wave is actually in a very awkward state, and so Asriel still has to clear some minions before going home and going for that cheater recall.
Yeah. Now with that, that's going to be a good thing for them, that getting that easy advantages. And this is honestly great for the side of Innovate Esports. Just getting that Shen get to level 5 as fast as they could would be very important. What I like different from what Innovate Esports did here is the fact that they have a hyper carry hero, which is the Corki. That's why it might be a bit different on how KBG did it a while ago. But I hope they pulled it off though.
I'm kind of scared actually for the side of Innovate. Just because of that Akali pickup, right? You have an Akali, you know that he would be able to penetrate through the backline. You have Raven, you have Corki, both squishy members, and there's really no way for you to reveal the stealth unit unless you go for Dawn Shroud, right? So there is that win condition for KT.RY in where we will see Zero pop off.
Yeah, Ignite has been popped already by Asriel. It's a good thing that he was able to spot Normal from far away.
Oh, a dive.
We still have Dull here. Rich does have a lot of CC, so it would not be an easy dive for the members of KT.RY. That's why they're not going to continue in trying to take out the life of Asriel.
It's hard to dive against the Wukong, we all know that. Especially with Cyclone available and the Galio being there as well. It's a good patience coming from KT.RY to not go ultra aggressive, because I thought, you know, at that point, if you dive the Wukong, things would not go in your favor, dude. It's so hard to dive against this champion.
You're just going to be losing. And he has a lot of sustain too, which is why it's hard. And that is a reason why I really think that this Renekton pick was also just because they don't want Zero to have a hard time in the mid lane. And not much on the way that they're looking at the matchup. So KT.RY might be punished because of that, but what they want to do is just let Rattel be the weak side. It's okay. It's because this guy really knows how to play his laning anyway, so might as well just let him.
And he's also using Grasp of the Undying, by the way. Renekton Grasp. Interesting. Not something that you see every day.
Yeah, that just means more on the fact that Rattel is kind of afraid of this matchup.
True, right?
The amount of against a Wukong, and he's afraid. I'm surprised about that.
It's an over-respect, to say the least. Like, oftentimes we see Renekton going for the Kraken Slayer, maybe even the Conqueror. Grasp of the Undying, though, not too much.
Yeah. And most of the time when you do pick up the Grasp of the Undying, and you expect the Renekton to get the burst whenever he has the Kraken Slayer, and he's not going to be doing that this game.
Yep. Lack of damage, so to speak. Yeah, survivability will be there. Yeah, you're stacking HP. But it's not really the perfect champion to use Grasp at the Undying, right? Like, but this is Rattel, though. This is Rattel. This is, I mean, we're going... If there's anyone that we would question, it's definitely not Rattel. But at least in this game, maybe we can ask if there will be an interview, and I believe there would be an interview, and if Rattel would be the one interviewed, we're going to ask him definitely if this is definitely his choice as his keystone for Renekton.
Yeah, and I really am surprised because Grasp of the Undying is a, what do you call that? A laning rune. And that's not what you want to do with a Renekton. But now, they're taking both sides. They want to take that while they have the Stand United in their favor. They also have the package though. They're going to go in, try to whittle down Asriel, still have the Stand United to work with. Use the Twilight Shroud in order to run away. Zero might die here. He's being knocked up, being damaged onto the back line.
Oh,
Now they're
Zero's
going
dead.
in front. They want to get the kill on one, and that's going to be a dead package shot's going to be used. And this is going to be the runaway from Azriel. What a play from Zero! He got the kill, and now they lose all their lives. Yes, they got the referral, but this Ocean Drake is going to be in favor for KT.RY.
3 people down, and I believe that Merly was not able to use the Stand United in order for him to land in that team fight. Yeah, trade-off objective, but still is a huge win for the side of KT.RY. Rattel making his presence felt, even though we were asking about his Grasp of the Undying. When needed most, he's going to show up.
Yeah, what a great play from them. And let's take a look at this replay. From what we've seen right there, look at Zero having a 1v1 with Ashiel here.
I think this is an overstay by Zero, and again, an overchase as well, trying to go all in. Remember that, if you are Azriel, your job is to use your Cyclone on almost all members, but if you try to overchase on just one member, the punishment will almost always be there. As we look into Rattel cleaning that fight at the end of it all.
Look at the positioning right there from the side of KT.RY. It really shows a lot of experience on how they play around the Dragon. They really played around Invade Esports, and that is mostly just a positioning battle during that time.
Yep. And all of a sudden, dude, Rattel is already 2-0-0. Never mind the Keystone, because if you are this ahead, then you will still have that burst potential. Blade of the Rubian King already completed for him as well. Heading into, or looking into the gold total on the left-hand side, you would see that the highest gold definitely is still the jungler for the side of Invade because of the amount of tower plays that he was able to get in the mid lane. But luckily for KT.RY, there's no satchel execution yet.
Not the best one to dive though. Azriel, they had the Hero's Entrance too together with the Stand United, but they were able to bait out the ultimate though. Flashes away. Now they don't have a lot of ultimates to work with, but they still are going for Zero. Has the perfect execution to run away from here, but the mid lane was able to get one kill out of nowhere right there.
Yeah, we were saying that it's really hard to dive against a Wukong just because of the Cyclone. Add to the fact that there is a Hero's Entrance from Rich that is available to be called upon. It was just so easy for Invade to thwart off that Invade. As we look into the replay, Luna's senses was up there. It's just the game sense from this guy. Like, dude, there was no vision at all. Was able to sniff out the member trying to rotate, the Ziggs trying to rotate to the mid lane, and there you go. There's a reason why, this KT.RY is one of the scarier teams here in APAC.
Yeah, and one of the problems in where they used the ultimate a while ago on bot side is that they don't have ultimates anymore. So KT.RY would have a chance to fight here. Tried to die for a second time, but it's a good thing they didn't do it.
And now they are with an advantage of almost 2.5k, 2.4k to be precise. KT.RY, at least in the first few minutes, does have a good hold of this game, and they need to, right? The scaling of the Corki, the scaling of the Ziggs is still so scary.
Yeah, it's all gonna be the target. He's 2-0, probably has to shut down gold. Use the dominance to survive for such a bit, and now the Mega Inferno Bomb is the dead of him. And that him is dead. And that's the first kill of Invade Esports.
And a big one as well, because you're shutting down Rattel that is on a 2-0-0. Way to stop the bleeding for the side of Invade Esports. What will be the response here? Looking at the HP total of this mid lane tower, this is just one auto away plus one satchel charge. Zero being here, no auto attack, no first tower as of yet, and that's huge because KT.RY could just take the first break.
Yep, that's gonna be the tower. That's gonna be the first one that they needed. Now with that starting off, Raven was able to get one too, and now that's gonna be a good start for Invade, losing the mid lane tower for KT.RY, and now the Rift Herald is gonna be taken. They're gonna be slowly inching onto it. Look at the position of Nomel. This is a good place to push out Raven from this battle. They're gonna go in. They're going for one target, but it's not a good target. Rattel is very fed right now. They're gonna go onto the back line. They have the package. Nobody's gonna be hit. The red carpet is there, but is that gonna do damage onto the members of Invade? They got the Rift Herald already. They're gonna be running away. Perfect execution away from there. Flashes out. Nomel survives. That's gonna be one, and they're gonna go in. They're calling lightning upon them, and this is gonna be it. He's chasing them down. The man, Daw, is gonna go into everybody. He's not gonna be able to get the kill, but at least they were able to push back members with the shock blast. Luna! What a great headshot onto the members of Invade.
I like it. The flashing in, the mechanics of Luna just showing its on its full display as we look into KT.RY getting another tower for themselves. What a team fight for KT.RY. I want that replay because I want to really break down what happened there. Again, INV Esports, we did say that we have this quote-unquote questions when KBG had this draft. Where will the damage come from? And it's apparent here they went all in towards Rattel, but it wasn't enough. One slice and dice away was what was needed to really disengage. And the patient play coming from KT.RY was so good. Like, just wait for them to overcommit. And the counter punches would be there for their squad. One final touches by Do sets up Luna with that flash shock blast play. That is so sexy.
Yeah, that is so nice to see. And that is more saying on INV Esports, we're seeing a lot of ultimates before the start of the fight. That's why KT.RY knew that they need to pull the trigger. The flashes were ready for if ever INV Esports tries to engage. And now this is going to be the fight right here that we're going to be seeing. They want to go for the Drake. This is going to be a next fight. INV Esports needs to turn their tides around after this. Rattel is in a good position to go for a flank. INV Esports might have a problem because of that, but they're looking at Rattel. They're slowly going onto the back side, but they're deciding, what are we going to do? Are we going to continue onto this? We have Stand United and Merly. Why are we all here? We also have Heroes entrance onto Rich, but they are all here. How are they going to pull this off? KT.RY really positioning themselves here. Rattel is just at the back, being a constant threat, and now Asriel left alone. They're gonna run away, but this is more on the positioning of KT.RY. They're just pushing the members of INV out of the way, and this is gonna be a good push. That charge is gonna be there. They're gonna be targeting onto Merly so that he doesn't have any moves. Now Raven is gonna be the next. It's the perfect execution right there on the back line. Zero is here, but he's gonna be chasing down Bluff. It's a good thing he was able to flash away, but that is enough to say that KT.RY has a free Drake.
The indecisiveness of INV was showing for a good 30 seconds in that team fight alone. You could see that KT.RY was so patient. They were happy with the pokes coming from the Jace. And when all is said and done, an all-in coming from Nomel was what was needed to really just put the exclamation point in that team fight, netting them not just a team fight win, but also objective wins overall. KT.RY, this game is for them to take.
INV Esports was able to defeat Team Flash, but this is another hurdle upon them. And we're seeing KT.RY just playing out of their minds during this game. It's most likely saying that their team fighting capabilities are just better compared to INV.
Right, if you were INV, you were forced to make a decision. Do we just give it up? Do we get the priority? Because KT.RY, what they did there was to get the priority, especially, you know, heading into any objective team fights. You could never go wrong if you go for lane push. And that's what they did there. They went for Zero went for the push on the bot side. Meanwhile, Rattel was taking the mid lane pressure as well. In all that was happening, INV Esports really had nothing to do, right? Like, what are we to do? Are we going to respond to the pushes? Are we going to face Are we going to force a team fight? And they decided, but oh my god, this is so bad.
Rich is dead. Rich is gonna be dead pretty easily. And this is more about KT.RY. Look at how they position around them.
They're so good.
On the side of INV Esports, they're forced to react every time they're gonna go in. Stand United's not gonna save you there, buddy, because that's a lot of damage coming in from KT.RY. And that might be it. Yeah, the Cyclone going in. Perfect execution, almost getting the kill. And he's still going in with a Shadow Dash. Zero survives for so long. And I think this is gonna be the last stand of INV Esports. Tower on the top side is gonna be taken down together with the mid lane. That's the way going towards the members of INV Esports. That's gonna be another tower, and they're gonna be running away with this W on their hands.
13 kills to 1 and almost 13k gold in the lead as KT.RY. INV has no chance at all in this game. Like, they have to just surrender this one out. Think you know, for the next game, just go next, because this looks insurmountable to me. Look at the goal difference. Started low at the 5-minute mark and easily ballooned by KT.RY by just going for macro plays, by going for decisive plays. And again, if you're INV, you have to really do better, especially against the best of the best teams here in APAC.
Started from the second objective, and also one of the problems that I've seen is this composition as expected, because KBG played this composition flawlessly. They know how to play the Shen and the Gragas a while ago, but right here it's showing that INV Esports doesn't really know how to play this well. But now top side, Asriel can be the target, not gonna knock up everybody. It's gonna be a kill easily for KT.RY.
Yeah, 7-0 and 6 for Luna. Looking at her at
wait, no! He's gonna be taking Raven down. Doesn't have the flash to work with though. Rattel is just running, and he doesn't have anything more except for his slice and dice. He survives that against 4 people. He survives that battle.
I mean, he's so ahead of the curve right now. Nomel going for that backs out play. Meanwhile, Daw and company trying to chase down this Baron. Hold on.
Gonna go in. Zero has the Twilight Shroud. Gonna be getting a lot of space for the team. Are they gonna be chasing the members of Invade? They don't need that anymore. They have the Baron already.
And it's an easy win for KT.RY yet again. What they could do here is to just march down the mid lane and accompany these minions with this Baron empowered minions. It's just going to be so hard for Invade Esports to face the push of KT.RY. Rattel did it all, right? He was the decoy and he was the finishing touches as well.
This is really hard though. It's easy to itemize against them, and it's showing right now. They aren't even doing any damage. Even with that hero sentence, they're going to be running towards the open arms of the members of WRL, but they're not going to be able to execute anybody on this side. And with this, WRL is going to go in, has the dredge line, and no mana.
Rattel, though.
Not going to be able to get this. Rattel is just threatening the top side. He might be able to get one great flank here, but the Baron, they don't have the wave there. They're having a hard time because of the Baron. If he's making the damage to Rattel, executes one, and that might be it. This might be the call. That's going to be the taunt onto the side, but there's still kill. Perfect execution onto the back, and that's going to be Merly just running away, not wanting to get the kill, but it still was taken by the squad of WRL.
What a one-sided win here, Dash. Like, one kill.
Not even close.
There was just one kill for the side of Invade Esports, and you could see the faces of the players of Invade. They were not happy at all with how it turned out. His KT.RY from minute 1. I think, you know, there was a point in where we saw Invade Esports at least winning by a bit, at least in the first few minutes of the game. But after that team fight in the Dragon, it was all KT.RY.
Yeah, and that second objective that they had right there, it was easy enough to say that that team fight, that 5v5 team fight, whoever won that could have turned the tides. But because WRL was able to get that second objective into their favor, that just really won them that game, and that just cemented it. That could be the go next angle after that for Invade Esports.
So hard, right?
With what they've seen from Invade Esports, the Shen composition doesn't play well to their playstyle. That's the reason why they lost.
Again, they tried to do the same thing that KBG did during the first series, but this is a good wake-up call for all the teams out there and for all the viewers out there. There's really no OP composition. It's about how you play it here with conditions. If your team is well prepared to play this playstyle, then yeah, you can say that this is an OP strategy. But if you are presented of the challenge that the same challenge that KT.RY did against this lineup, in where you know they're just going to pinpoint where your weakness are, and they're going to attack from there. You know, go for the team fights, try to make sure that your flow wouldn't be there. Then yeah, things would not go into your favor. Looking at the scoreline, dude, 18 kills to just 1 of Invade.
Oh man. Yeah, it is really hard. Asriel and even Raven tried their best to deal damage. And honestly, this is bad though. Seeing a Wukong have the top damage on your team, that's not good.
It's
that's
not it, yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely not it. Some head-to-head matchup, we could see that Zero and BluffX. Again, we did say that this Akali pickup is going to be huge against the lineup of Invade. Just the amount of time that you can buy using your Twilight Shroud is actually enough most of the time to really get that win for your squad. We saw that team fight and that Rift Herald in where we saw them trying to engage onto Rattel, onto Zero. That was easily just countered by the perfect play by Daw. Daw goes in. He knows that there's no skill to really stop him. There's no threat at all. Going for that all in, going for that the absurd amount of damage that Olaf does possess in the early game was what was needed by WRL to say bye-bye to Invade.
Yeah, if I'm gonna be having an MVP there because everybody played so well on the hands of WRL, I'm just gonna be giving it to Zero just because of the fact that he's using the Akali, not because of the fact that he's the one who's actually the MVP, but because he's using the Akali. That's why. But
should be Luna though.
Technically, I think Luna. Yeah. Technically, it's gonna be Luna.
Like, okay, this is now starting to become a problem, right? Like, Jace is now being picked on all sides of the map. You can play it Baron lane. You
That's
can play
true,
it mid
right.
lane. You can play it in the jungle. And now it's being picked up by the best of the best Draco laners that we have in this tournament. There's only just one role that you cannot pick Jace as, and that's the support. That just means that, hey, this is a good wake-up call, right? This is a good wake-up call. Is this really a champion that needs fixing? Because I really think that it does need it.
I'm telling you, if he becomes a support, he's gonna be nerfed so hard because he's
man.
gonna be flexed to everywhere.
He's
'Cause
he's so strong right
he's
now.
broken. And I mean, he's not that broken. He's just strong in Wild Rift especially. But again, I hope that we're gonna be seeing some adjustments from the side of Invade Esports after this. But before that, everybody, we're just gonna be taking a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
It's a summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair. Windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. 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 Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. It's so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart. Feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. Oh, it's hot, hot, hot episode. Ooh, yeah.
Back in our game, Game 2, Invade Esports has a lot of things needed to go for them before they are able to counteract against Rolls-RY. But again, during that last game, Rolls-RY played the game almost flawlessly with just one death to their name.
Okay, after a very good showing of a Shen composition comes the Invade game, in where we saw how it gets dismantled easily by KT.RY. In this game number 2, it is going to still be the same side for Invade and KT.RY. Will it be another priority on that Jace pickup? We saw the Jace pop off. We saw an MVP performance from Luna, but that Jace pickup could also go to the hands of Zero, Luna, or Zero, Ratel, or maybe even Do.
Do you have some changes from Invade Esports would be going against the Shen composition? Because the Shen composition, they didn't really play that so well as expected. KBG played that well, which is nice. But seeing that execution from Invade Esports says more about how this team takes a look at the game. They want to go for big fights. And Shen and Galio isn't needed on those big fights.
I think one thing to really change if you are to go for the Shen lineup is that you need something to really deliver the Shen to the back line, right? Like
that's true.
You go for the Akali, you go for the Riven, you go for something that can really go all in and deliver the Shen as an offensive weapon, not really as a defensive weapon, is one way to look at it. Because, again, it's not... I mean, yeah, you can say that, hey, you know what, KBG did it with this lineup, it's doable. But that's KBG. That's an exception to the rule almost every time. So
that's true. That's
if you are Invit and if you are the coaching staff of Invit, let's just play it the way we should play it. Let's not think as if we are KBG. We play as Invit Esports. We go back to the drawing board. We win from maybe even Asriel, because there's a lot of potential that you can actually get from there, right? Asriel was winning the Baron lane matchup against Rethel. So that means that you can actually go for, a Baron lane carry, not go for the Wukong, maybe even go for the Riven, go for Camille, Fiora, something that can win you the side lanes and ultimately the game.
Honestly, not everything should be copied. That's one of the things that everybody needs to think about.
No copying, bro. I'm so...
Not everything needs to be copied when it comes to the compositions. Just because their personalities might not mesh well with the composition that they're putting up, especially in the APAC scene. There's a lot of big personalities from all these players. So that's why it is still hard to make it work for the APAC region. But here, Invade Esports need to think about that because KT.RY knows what they are strong with.
Nice background, by the way. That's a good tree in the back side. Kind of reminds me of some trees that we have here in the Philippines as well.
Yeah.
So nice overlooking view from Rich right out there. But yeah, you're right. Like not everything has to be copied. Sometimes even if you have the best composition in the game, if you are not well prepared to utilize it, then it's not going to really give you a good win con. We did say this, right? Every time that we discuss drafts, it's really hard to say this draft is losing to this because more than the draft, beyond the drafts, we have to consider as to how the teams are prepared in utilizing their win conditions. Because regardless of how you draft, if your players are well equipped to play that particular strategy, then oftentimes you will see that KBG special in where they're going to make things work that should not work. And so in Invade Esports, a lot rides in their third ban if they're going to take away the Jace, because that to me is a problem to be solved soon.
Yeah, the Jace has been always a good pick for any of the sides for us because as we've said, the Jace is going to be very strong just because of the fact that you can really flex him everywhere, and that's where the problem lies. No, Zoe.
This is a Luna champion, right?
Yeah, that's a Luna champion.
Okay, now you go for some champions that can execute the Zoe. Maybe even go for the Vi or Lockdown. There you go. Nautilus is also one of the champions that can lock down this Zoe. We all know that Zoe's state right now in Wild Rift Asia competitive is in an auto ban state just because of how busted this players in utilizing the kit of Zoe. Once you go and try to secure objectives, the Zoe's presence will always be there. Remember that Zoe can also steal smite from his opponents.
Yeah,
that can also be a threat. Like a double smite coming from the side of KT.RY is a problem to be solved here by Invade Esports. We're looking into the draft here, and this could be the first Zed for Zero in this tournament. This is his signature champion, by the way, so I'm expecting him to pilot that one out.
Yeah, I hope that they would be able to. I mean, it's expected that they're going to be performing well with the champions that they've been given for the side of KT.RY, because we have seen Zero last year in action with the Zed.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Here, I want to see Luna play this Zoe pretty well, because so far in the tournament, during the last day, yesterday, everybody's just been banning this Zoe, and now we're going to be seeing it in action again.
Yeah, they still need one more big lockdown for the side of Invade. Like possibly even we did say the potential of Vi being one of the lockdown champions towards the Zoe, but You did say that there's also a risk behind the Vi pickup because it makes the or you can make it as if the Zoe was the original bit, and you can flash towards your opponent, leaving the Vi defenseless on the backside. No Galio to really supplement his over aggression. So we'll see what the answer will be here by INV. Huh?
Wait,
this is their answer?
I'm not sure if this is the right answer. Yeah, there you go. Because they have the Nautilus. Yes, it's okay to have the Nautilus to fight against the Zed, and even for the Zoe, you have that targeting potential. But the problem is they have a Wukong. How are you gonna get to their backline here?
And also you have.
Oh no!
Yeah. Okay. Later we will try to dissect this Yume pickup if ever goes through.
Okay.
All right. Okay, finally Nomel goes back to his senses and say that, you know, we need something to engage and protect the Zoe with. Like, I don't know if Yumi plus Zoe's pairing is as busted as it sounds, because to me, if you have a Zoe, you need to have a beefy support to at least try to make some space for her, for her, right? If you're the Zoe, or if your team has a Zoe, guys, you have to listen. All you have to do is to make enough space for Zoe to just land her pokes. Without that space, Zoe is defenseless. Zoe could easily be all in. And now INV's answer to this Zoe pickup by Roser Y is to go for Lee Sin. Decent, but not as, I would say, not as effective as the Vi could be. What's your take?
I honestly think that the Vi is also a great pickup here for their side, because if ever they have the Vi here, it could have been way easier to get onto the back line. Because even if they have, like, this is 3 assassins already to the side of Roser Y, let's consider the Zoe as like a trickster assassin onto the side of Roser Y, they can still access the back line. And the problem here is that the Lee Sin needs a lot of execution for it to work out. And it's really hard to do that against 3 assassins who are very mobile.
But if Merrily gets the lead early, he can make this assassin suffer, right? So to me, that's the rationale behind this Lee Sin pickup by INV Esports. That's the last pick. They knew that it could work. It would work against this lineup of KT.RY. To what extent, that will be the question heading into game number 2. Because so far, it does look like that KT.RY is a better team on paper.
Yeah, it is going to be hard. It's going to be hard for INV Esports to make things work, because it's not going to be a composition that could have been easier to work with. But if Merly would be able to use this season, it all lies on how Merly plays this early game, and it could potentially be the win for them if he plays this so well.
Also like the graphic over there, right? Like lots of buildings with the logos of the teams. Yeah. Now it's building. Good thing is that they are not here in the Philippines, so there's no traffic whatsoever. But
Yep.
Okay, let's go back to the game. And now we are seeing Asriel piloting the Renekton with Rodel. With Rodel being the one on the Wukong. So this is going to be an interesting one, huh?
That's a different
Conqueror.
That's a different taste. That's a bit different take for them. Having the Conqueror on the Renekton would definitely say what he's going to be building later. He's just going to go full Bruiser right here, not even going for the Ruined King build. So they would want to have a very tanky frontline, like 2 of them. That's what they're looking at here. But rotations from both of our supports already being called for them to just make sure that these assassins are going to have an easier time.
Yep, and the reason why we're nitpicking...
Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but the Poggin was able to hit 1 HP onto Raven. Could have been a kill for Luna.
So close yet so far, but a good try overall for Luna. Bursting and using and expending his flash, because as a Zoe, you can easily pick up flashes anyway, so not too big of an investment.
Yeah. Using the flash just for him to get the extra movement too, which is also really nice, but if ever we're going to be seeing a first blood here, the Ziggs versus Zoe matchup has basically an easy way for that. Easy access with the Shuriken flip. Been pushed back by the Alistar, but INV Esports still not committing. Look top side though, Lee Sin might go down.
This is the second time that we're seeing a Wukong winning against the Renekton. Maybe it really is the case. Maybe Wukong really wins against the Renekton, the early parts of the game. Because, flash.
Yes, Raven flashes away. Doesn't have the slow, but if Luna gets the flash, okay, he's not gonna go in.
Yeah, and now Luna is in the position. No freezing of wave. If it was the other game, definitely it will be frozen easily because there was a cannon minion. But yeah, again, just going back, flashes has been burnt for both Dragon Laners on the bot side, giving access to both Lee Sin and Do, to both Merly and Do to go for a repeat gank here on the bot side and secure that first blood.
Yeah, getting that first blood is gonna be important for them, for Merly especially, because right there, yes, it's gonna be always somebody on the mid lane, but Merly's thinking if the top side of the map is gonna be good, then we could pivot there to get our first kill, but it's proving that Rattel is having the advantage here. That's why it will not be easy for them to get that first kill.
Rich connects. Oh,
wait, ignited Zero.
Oh,
fall down, he leveled up, but Ignite is not gonna be ticking to his head. Really good survival.
So lucky though. Oh, Merly, do it.
Has the safeguard, not gonna hit the shot. Oh, the Sonic Wave was not able to hit. Great death mark there from Zero.
God, this guy is so good and comfortable on this Shami as we see a solo kill from Rattel. How it happened, we demand a replay. But Merly, he had one job. No.
Yeah. He's gonna be. Oh! I thought he might have been dead, but he still was able to get the 1-for-1 out of that, and that is KT.RY not giving any advantages to INV Esports.
Right, that still is a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. As they look into the replay on the top side, Asriel, half health, Cyclone. Wait, oh no!
That's why
the decoy absorbed the Ruthless Predator burst, and that was an easy kill for Rattel. Talk about playing with a trickster.
That was great. That was great. That was a nice touch for showing their prowess, just showing their skills against INV Esports. This is more of a different take, not more on the macro side of things, just on the micro. They're just way better playing around these champions.
Yeah, and that's oftentimes that would often be the storyline for every single matchup that we have here, because we talked to coaches and they said, hey, you know what, when it comes to macro, when it comes to studying the game, almost every single one of these teams, they have the support system, they have everything, right? It will then come down to micro, who is going to execute better. And so far KT.RY is executing so beautifully in this game number 2.
Yeah, they have been executing really well, and they know the limits of their champions, and I love that for KT.RY. INV Esports are still struggling to find their newborn evolution point, and they haven't seen anything just yet on this game. 10 seconds on the clock, we have our first objectives.
And the Luden Psycho has now purchased finally for the Zoe. 5-minute mark, this signals a team fight. There you go!
Yeah, that's gonna be the death charge. Knocks up onto 2. Mega Infernal Bomb is not gonna be hitting Zero. Was able to get the death mark onto Rich. The flash! The timing! Sleepy Trouble Bubble, 1 HP onto 1. He's still not gonna die. Rich survived to the Sliver Bell, but now they're gonna go for the target. They have the Sun Flash has been used. He still has the safeguard to use, but Merly's gonna die. That's gonna be a free repel for the squad here. KT.RY, they still have the flash to work with. But Bluff X is gonna be running away, and that's gonna be a free one for KT.RY.
So unfortunate, and the Ignite is taking barrier. Going to absorb a lot of those damage, but you could. Oh my god! Luna 4-3!
What a great shot. What a great shot right there from Luna. Doesn't have any vision. He just threw that Sleepy Trouble Bubble away. Luna, what a great Zoe player here.
Yeah, I mean, he woke up on the good side of the bed, huh? After showcasing a good Jace play, now has 2 highlight plays. The return kill earlier on the bot side, and now that perfect snipe in the mid lane. Nomel though does have plan against Bluff X, but we all know this. Akali is so hard to dive against just because of the Twilight Shroud.
Twilight Shroud's gonna make it hard, but this tower is just gonna fall and get shattered to the ground. They're gonna be having another try for that hit from the Rift Herald, but everybody's rotating already. Tower on top side has been taken. It's a good equalizer for the side of INV, but they're gonna go for the death mark. They want to get the kill on Rich. He's now dead. Death mark's gonna be hitting, and that's gonna be it. The burst right there. And they were still able to get 1 Rift Herald hit on that second turret.
Yeah, and that's the bigger prize of it all, right? As we look into the replay, this is the Luna special. One more tick, one more tick.
Wow.
Bubbled. Good. What mechanics?
great kill from Luna again. Now with WRL having this great chunk of an advantage against Invade Esports, it's a good thing that Invade still is on a 2k goal lead, not really big. WRL, or rather Invade, could still chase this.
It's not just the mechanics, right? It's the champion as well. Like, fun champion to play against, huh?
That's true.
It's
not a fan champion to play against, but a fun champion to play.
To play?
For yourself.
To me, okay, I'll let you in a secret. I've never used Zoe. Maybe I played it
Really?
1-2 times in ERA. Yeah, I'm just not a fan, dude. Like, I want those
Really hard
champions
to play.
that will go in your face, like the Renekton's, like
Yeah.
the Singe, like the booster ones, right? But not the champions that will have to maximize the ins and outs in the flashy mechanics and the flashy snipes. My skill shot accuracy is not, the pro level, so it also doesn't help my case in playing this champion.
And honestly, it's really hard to play. Honestly, most of the time, people look at these games and think that is easy to do. But what Luna was
definitely
doing was not. It's not easy. It's not easy to play around with this champion. But now, see someone. Merely gonna be the target. Is gonna be jumping in to rather 4v2. Not a fight that you want to go in. They don't have any vision. Sleepy Trouble Bubble was able to hit on one. He's not gonna hit. And that's the reason why it's hard to play this. They're gonna go in towards this. Luna was able to flash away, but Death Charge is at the ready. 4v4. A fight that is gonna be needed. He has Unbreakable Will. Is gonna be surviving for so long. He's still gonna go down.
If you're a KT.RY, you'll be happy to surrender at least just one death, right? Like, how they played that one out and how they avoided the death charge coming from Rich was also so good. Another hook misses here. And you could actually see, just how intense the mechanics are for KT.RY members. Because once they saw the ultimate targeting the Zoe, they parted like, the Red Sea. I don't want to use that reference, but it's basically what they did, right? They parted,
That's true.
and then they made sure that there's going to be no one to be knocked off. It was just going to be the Zoe. And surrendering one death, yeah, you take those, because that was an overcommitment. If there was no punish there, then that would be the perfect outcome for KT.RY, but one death isn't too bad.
1k goal lead, even with those stats that we've seen a while ago. And this is the time for Invade Esports, because this is not big of a lead. They still have a chance here. They lost during the second objective, and this is going to be what they need to come back from during the last game. The second objective is going to be an important pinpoint on what they can do as a team here.
This could be an explosive team fight. Looking at Daw right now, he is in the perfect opportunity to clean this fight out. I think he already is at 2 items. And Nomel, Zero?
Zero gonna be low in AG already. Doesn't even have a Living Shadow to work with. That's one down to the side, so this is gonna be the time they have one. Sleepy Trouble Bubble. It's gonna be easy for Invade to just take. And because of that damage from the mid lane, they weren't able to take it.
Azriel though? Oh, okay. Alright, I thought that Azriel was, or could have been punished right then and there. But Invade is now showing some signs of life after securing the Rift Herald. Isn't this too... Okay, it's never too greedy if the opposing team is on the other side of the map. So it looks like Invade is going to secure 2 out of 2 objectives at the 10-minute mark. And it is slowly creeping up.
That's
And this could be anyone's game now.
Good chance for Invade Esports. Just making use of that disadvantage of positioning from WRL a while ago. But now they're going to go in. Unbreakable Will pop from Nomel. They have the stasis to work with. They still don't have enough damage from Luna, but they still want to take the second tier turret. But Love doesn't have the Twilight Shout anymore. He's just going to be running away, and that's the second tier turret down.
A trade-up, right? Like, you trade a first tower for a second tower if you are KT.RY. Yeah, you surrender the dragon, but...
Okay. Is going to be taking theirs too. That is going to be a nice touch for this squad. WRL going to be chasing. Is Zero going to go in? But he's not. They still
don't have
are
enough.
playing conservatively.
Yeah, they don't have enough crowd control. I mean, Zero was way ahead of Ratel. If Ratel was a little bit earlier, then yeah, you could say that he could go all in. But that still is the Renekton, right? Azriel. This is where he is scary at. This is where a Renekton is very scary, at the 10-minute mark, wherein he has 2 items. So we all know that the Renekton possesses a very good power spike timing around mid-game. And if you overchase the Renekton, chances are the Renekton could make a play against you. Looking at the gold graph, you can see that Invade Esports is now showing some signs of life.
Yeah, they really want to play around this advantages that they're getting around the map. 3 towers are down to the side, or rather 4 towers are down to the side of KT.RY. KT.RY looking for an opportunity. Asriel gonna be chased down. Still has Deathmark to work with. Ruthless Predator is at the ready, but Nomel wasn't able to chase that with a CC. And Asriel survives for another day.
But that's a lot of information gifted over to Invade Esports. Now they know that they would be safe in invading the top side. One thing that's working well for Invade is that this tower is still standing strong in the mid lane, right? You can have Raven just do some wave clears here. And he's not being contested at all.
That charge, gonna go to the backside. Merely gonna go in, does have the flash. Wants to go with a kick, but he's not gonna go in. Right now, they can't even get through the breach onto the back line, and it's hard for Invade to still even go in. But also, why? No successes for kills.
And if you are Invade Esports, that's almost always going to be your combo to try to catch the Zoe, right? You go for the depth charge and you hope that the follow through will be there right on time. But split second allowed for that flash to happen from the Zoe. Imagine if this Zoe already has Stacy's Ascension. It will just be a lot harder for Luna to die in this game. And he's going to really approach that point in where all her pokes would be felt even by the frontline members of Invade. And by the time that happens, KT.RY will just dominate. Will just dominate.
That's
this game.
too aggressive. What? He went in for that charge, but there was no follow-up for Merly because of the
it's so
flash
hard.
from Luna. Yeah, they can't even chase down the members. And this is what we're saying during the start, right? It would be hard to chase down 3 assassins who are very mobile on the side of KT.RY.
Specifically the Zoe, like Zoe's kit right now. It's so hard. And now you have information that depth charge is not available, leaving access for Daw to make his magic work. But then again, yeah, the slow pace of the game kind of benefits Invade, in my opinion, because if this was game number 1 in where, you know, there was a total shutout by KT.RY, at least now Invade is fighting, is making sure that they will reach that point in where they can at least present a challenge towards KT.RY. And Invade is actually in the lead right now, just by measly 1k, but still is a good amount of lead.
And if everybody's taking a look at this game and they're thinking that this is a very slow game, honestly, they're trying. They're trying to make it fast. But both of them can't find those opportunities in order for them to fasten it up, because all of them are very slippery. And that's why after that 5-2 scoreline, nobody was able to get any kills.
It's a lot harder to also pin down Raven on this Ziggs, because just as long as that mid lane tower is up and sturdy, then all those over engages that can be done here by Nomel, Zero, and Do. Wait. Oh, look at Asriel though.
He's very tanky. This is probably
and
the benefit of what he did.
He also did that in and out special, right? In where you fake face check. That's a thing, right? Like this is small mechanics that you can also apply on your rank games. You fake your face check, and at least you will be ready for any potential engage. And at that point, you can say that Asriel was ready, and you just turn around, and that's okay. But now Merly has decided to wake up the dragon. This could be the fight that we're waiting for here, Dash.
Yeah, there's gonna be the 5v5 fight, but based on what it's looking like, KT.RY really knows how to play around this. They're shoving the waves just for them to have a destruction against Invade Esports. And now, nobody's starting the Drake just because they're shoving. They're trying to get the priority out of the lane. Both of them, mid lane and bot lane, everybody's just taking a look at it. And it's a good thing that Merly's threatening this. Raven's gonna be the target though. He's stunned, and that's gonna be a good timing. Zero's gonna be chased down. Nomel flashes Mega Inferno Bomb. It's not gonna hit him. Now they're gonna be chasing down Nomel. Once they get a kill on Raven, that's a big win for them. That support is very bloodthirsty, and now this is gonna be on the side of Invade Esports, losing a lot of their members. They're all in front of everybody. KT.RY. This is what they're looking for. This is what the kills are. Look at the back line though. It's there in front of everybody. They have to jump from that cockroach right there, and that's gonna be it. This is gonna be the kill, and that is gonna be the ace for the side of KT.RY.
A flawless ace at that. 5-0 could possibly end this game 16 minutes in, and KT.RY at the backs of Zero finding Raven. It was what was needed to really cement this very good win.
Yeah, and Nomel was able to finish up the kill after that, and that
It's
was
so good.
enough call for WRL to try and end this game. Will they have enough of the firepower? Yes, they do, and this game is going to be won flawlessly by WRL with a 2-0.
I like it whenever we see bloodthirsty supports and Nomel showing his mechanics at the end of it all, showing why his Alistar has to be respected as well. A 2-0 for WRL cements them at the top of APAC standings, and very deserved win for them as well.
Really heartbreaking to see teams just putting their head down whenever it comes down to those losses, but this is more of a adaptation for Invade Esports, and this could help them grow as a team. Those mechanics that WRL showed them after the second game, they were able to adapt and they were able to follow through with WRL. It's just that one split-second decision from Zero was able to change everything for the side of WRL.
And I don't think Raven had stasis available for himself, because if it was, then he would have avoided that burst coming from the death mark. But you can see how WRL really plays it out, right? They're going to go for that Korean standard in where they're not going to fight if there's really no objective to fight for. And before going for objectives, they would have this set of check marks that they have to do before even starting trying to go for the dragon. Like number one, get the priority in your lanes.
And one of the things that I've seen also for the side of Invade Esports, what great thing that they did there was that Raven played that game really well. 15 minutes on the clock and the mid lane turret still was standing. That was such a good thing from Raven. Made it hard for WRL to actually go and engage with 3 assassins on them. They can't even overstep just because of that mid lane tower. But still, yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that was the only death of Raven that game.
Yeah.
A very pivotal one though. Like, the only death that was necessary for KT.RY to just
so well.
their way into the game. We're going to look into the stats here, ladies and gents, and you can see that Invade Esports, look at the gold graph. There was a huge swing in favor of Invade. They fought hard. They did, right? This is very different from what happened during game number 1. But still, the result is the same. KT.RY goes ahead of the curve and gets that 2-0.
Yeah, a really nice touch for WRL getting that 2-0 on this game, making it easy to say that their experience also as a team is one of the reasons why they were able to hold on this battle of attritions during the last stages of the game. And most of the time, yes, people learn that, people evolve, people adapt, but Invade Esports still has a lot of work to do with that point. But remember, they defeated Team Flash during the last time, and that just says that this team has a lot of potential.
I stand corrected. That was the third death of Raven. And as much praise as we are giving him, does turn out that he did have a rough game. It's kind of expected with this 3 assassin lineups that Soul KT.RY did try to play with. But more than that, again, who do you give the MVP to actually in this game? Like, do you give it to Normal? Do you give it to Luna as a back-to-back MVP? It's hard to really say, because Sarah also played the best potential starter to a game-winning team fight. So you could also give it to Zero, but Dash, who do you give it to?
Yeah, if ever I'm gonna be giving it to someone just because of that pivotal play from Zero, yes, we could potentially say that Zero was the reason why they were able to win it too. But during that last fight, I do believe there's a lot of potential to say that Ado also played that game well. Even with the Kazakhs, he wasn't given a lot of opportunities. But technically speaking, I think Luna might get it.
Again, a back-to-back MVP for the Dragon Raider of KT.RY would actually catapult him as one of the post-MVP getters. It's a good trend because, again, when looking at the roster of KT.RY, we often sing praises of Ratel, we often sing praises of the stability of Daw, and of course Nomel's engages. But lost in all those adoration is the stable play of Luna. He can play the Corki, he can play the Ziggs, and now a priority gifted over to him to play the Zoe, and his Zoe, it's not as, how should we call this? It's not as flashy as the other Zoes that we've seen so far in the tournament. But there was one play in where we could say that, hey, you know what? Luna is also so scary in this champion.
Yeah. Honestly, most of the dragon laners that we have right now in the roster usually are just good with playing of the Zoe. That's why Zoe is always gonna be banned, because of the fact that most of the time all of our dragon laners are just really good at playing AP champions. Zoe is always gonna be there. Probably even after the nerfs, Zoe would still be a good pickup for everybody.
For sure. Like, the question that I do have right now is that will there be an answer finally for this champion? Because we try to study the capabilities of this champion, and we have a cheat code, right? We can easily go back to the League of Legends PC days, where we could track down as to how it was countered by a lot of teams. We did say that Nautilus is actually a good pickup against this champion, but we saw time and time again, INV didn't engage on the Zoe, but was easily denied by Luna on this champion. So is Nautilus really a solution to the Zoe problem? I don't think so. Like, we really need some more firm hold. Maybe if the Camille was open, but yeah, it's never going to be open, right? This level of the tournament, because her kit is just so good.
And also the possibilities, though, is that whenever it comes down to the Camille, it's really hard to play against her, just because of the fact that Camille could just be easily stasis, even with the Hextech ultimatum. And most of the time when you use that and you lose a lot of your ultimates on just one champion, you can still use the stasis. And after you go in with a flash, she'll get their flash, and it's really hard. It's really hard to play against the Zoe right now. Maybe another champion could be on the works that could be an answer to the Zoe.
Skarner, maybe?
No, not Skarner. Not Skarner. Skarner.
No, it's my favorite Scorpion. It's also Captain Flower's favorite champion, dude. You have to give it to
It's really hard to actually, especially if ever they're gonna be putting this Scar. Maybe a control mage could potentially answer the Skarner. Maybe classic Lissandra could potentially shut down the Zoe.
Like, the hold down, of course. A Frozen Tomb. But enough of that, guys. We're just waiting for the interview to happen. We're going to interview one of the members of KT.RY. Not we, but someone from, of course, Wild Rift League Asia in China would be interviewing one of the members of RY. I guess it's time for them to interview Luna, because he was back-to-back MVPs, and he deserves the highlight.
Yeah, honestly, Luna did so well. Even the first game, second game, he got. Maybe let's talk about it a bit, because most of the time this dragon laners always get the MVPs, right? Because of their positioning, it's easy to play around with the Zoe. The chase a while ago also from Luna, and it is most likely because of the fact that they have more potential to do more damage. But I'm really excited for the last game. But let's take a look at this interview, everybody.
手说让他先跟大家打一个小招呼。Welcome to the interview, and now we have Luna from KT.RY with us. Hello, Luna. Congratulations. And can you introduce yourself to our Chinese audience?
루나 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 자기소개 한번 부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 롤스터의 원딜러를 맡고 있는 루나 최우석이라고 합니다.
Nice to meet you all. I'm 최우석 Luna. I'm Dragon Laner for KT.RY.
露娜选手简单的介绍了一下自己，他的名字，然后以及他的是在这个队伍里打射手路。然后我第一个问题可能要问一下，在第一局的时候，我觉得他们其实打的是非常血腥的，是一直很有压制力的一个状态。然后所以想问一下他们第一局的一个基本计划大概是什么 ？We feel like in game one you play very aggressively. So what's your basic plan about game one?
첫 번째 경기에서 매우 공격적으로 게임에 임하는 자세를 보였는데 첫 번째 경기 할 때 어떤 포인트를 두고 시작했나요?
원래 제이스 원딜을 이제 처음 사용했을 때는 좀 저희가 여러 가지 많이 연구를 하면서 그런 좀 뱀픽적인 단계에서 이득을 가져가려고 픽을 꺼냈는데 그걸 원딜로 돌리게 되면서 상대 이제 비원딜 직스나 이런 쪽에 그런 챔피언들을 좀 빡세게 밀어낼 수 있다고 제가 판단을 해서 그거를 이제 바텀으로 좀 세게 밀어낸 것 같습니다.
I've been doing a lot of research while using Jay's bottom, and it's an aggressive strategy in the beginning game. It was really helpful to him, to our team, aggressively as opponents of Ziggs bottom.
明
白，就是露娜选手刚才说，因为他这局使用了一个杰斯嘛，然后所以说他如果在最开始打的比较强势的话，其实对于他们整个团队来说是很有注意的。而且刚才这一把确实也打得非常出色，因为这把的杰斯也很漂亮。我下一个问题也是要问一下关于杰斯的问题，因为在第一局的时候他选择了杰斯，然后打了一个808的战绩，然后拿到了 MVP。但是其实杰斯在当前版本就对于很多人来说，他并不是一个常规的射手路的选择，所以想问一下露娜选手为什么会选择杰斯这个英雄打射手路？You played Jazz in Game 1 with very good performance, and you get the MVP of that game, of course. And we feel like in this meta, Jazz is not an Euro pick for Dragon Lane. So why you pick Jazz for Dragon Lane in that game?
첫 번째 경기에서 제이스로 좋은 경기 펼치면서 MVP까지 받았는데 제이스를 마지막에 바텀으로 돌린 이유가 혹시 있을까요?
제이스 같은 경우에는 블루에서 좀 전라인으로 좀 캐릭터를 돌리면서 쓸 수 있다고 생각을 하는데 상대방 픽에 직스가 나와서 직스 상대로 그나마 좀 1대1로 압박도 되고 제 피지컬을 활용해서 충분히 이제 게임을 좀 풀어 나갈 수 있다 그런 상황으로 좀 제가 자신으로 판별을 내려서 그래서 좀 제이스 원딜을 기용한 것 같습니다.
Jace can play multiple roles in the especially blue side, and I believe in my picker, which will be very important in match 1.
他说杰斯在团队里的作用其实非常重要的，所以他认为他选出这个杰斯这个英雄在上一把也起到了非常重要的作用。然后第三个问题就是，到目前为止他们在 WRL 的舞台上已经拿到了2次胜利，想问一下他之前有没有预想过比赛会这么顺利？然后也想问一下他们这个赛季的目标大概是什么 ？Right now you get 2 wins in WRL, and they do expect it to go so smoothly before the game. And what's your final target of this season?
지금까지 2승을 거뒀는데 이번 시즌의 최종 목표는 어떻게 되십니까?
이번 시즌 목표는 적어도 결승전까지는 가는 게 제 목표고 결승에서 이제 좀 이런 글로벌한 대회 같은 거에 1등을 하는 게 제 궁극적인 목표가 될 것 같습니다.
The final goal of this season is to go to the final at least, and I want to win the final first place in the global competition.
他说他们的目标是至少要先到季后赛，到最后的决赛才可以。然后我也非常期待 KT.RY 和露娜选手之后更好的表现。然后最后一个问题就是，他们下一个对手是马尼拉的 Final， 然后也想问一下他有没有什么话想要对他下一个对手说的。You will meet Manila Final in the next matchup, and is there anything you want to say to your next rival?
다음 경기에 마닐라 FNL 팀을 만나게 되는데 해주고 싶은 말이 있습니까?
이번 대회에 나온 팀들이 전부 잘하는 것도 알고 좀 수준 높은 팀들이 많이 나와가지고 저희도 그에 반해 좀 열심히 준비를 할 테니 팬넬 팀도 열심히 준비를 해서 좋은 경기 펼쳤으면 좋겠습니다.
I think there are all the teams in these tournaments are at a high level, and our team KT will also prepare hard. So please play well for Final.
他说他认为就是马尼拉 Final 是一个非常高水准的队伍，而且他们队伍也会非常认真的去准备这场比赛，所以就让两方开始一场非常漂亮的较量吧。那感谢露娜选手，我们的采访也到这里结束了。That's all for the interview, and now let's take a break. Thank you for joining me, and thank you for translating. 然后接下来让我们看一些场景。
They're telling Fennel to play well, man. They're telling Fennel to play well. I don't know if that's... Wait, is that a roast? Right there from Post UI? They're bringing in the heat, though.
Like, dude, the opposite would always be kind-hearted, right? When it comes to that. I know that they just want to have fun. But up next, we have a very solid game dash.
Yeah, we're going to be taking a short break before we head into our last game, everybody. See you guys in just a bit.
Give it to me now.
Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come and do what you please. My mind is saying no, you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh, 'cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come and do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. Yeah, I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
拿下下一个第一，
这整个5块的，
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team 7 rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
2个 KT.RY。
提起他的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
It's a fast day for everybody, and this is 2 zeros on the board. Is this going to be the change that we're going to be having? Nova versus Trace Esports. Both of our teams are really, or rather, have a lot of history all together and are champions in their own right. So this is going to be a really great matchup for us to see. It's not fun. It's all competitive right here. We're still going to be the Shoutcasters. My name is Ash, and I'm here with Otlus.
The main event of the Sunday special will be featuring two of the best teams that China has ever assembled. And I did post this on my social media, Dash. This is going to be a very bloody team fight, a bloody matchup in the jungle, because we will be featuring Weibo. Not Weibo, but Weiba. Weiba and Long. Oh my god, that's a miss.
Yeah, Weiba and Long are going to be fighting each other in the jungle. And this is what I want to see. Junglers fighting against each other. We didn't see a lot of highlights from our junglers shooting today. We mostly saw a lot of our Dragon laners turning up. So this is gonna be a way different game.
Like, dude, like this is like really one of the most hype matches that we have, not just for the day, but for the entirety of the tournament. Because again, for those that are new to Wild Rift Esports, Weiba and a few of his teammates here was the winner of the very first ever international tournament that we have in the Wild Rift Esports, and that was called Horizon Cup. On the other side, we have Nova Esports, the reigning, the defending Icons Global Champion. So things are looking up. This is going to be a very, very intense matchup.
it's been a long time since we've seen Trace Esports actually turn up, and that's why Nova has a bigger advantage here in this game. They're both champions, and for this, the defending champions, are they going to be the same team that we have for today? And it all came down to the Long show and the Hoiba show during those last times that they became champions themselves. So, are they going to be performing well on this game? There you go.
There you go.
The matchup right here.
Yeah, smiles all you want. You know, looks cute on the outside, but very deadly inside the Wild Rift is what I would say. But there's also another, there's also other things, other players to consider. Especially looking at Nova Esports, right? Their 5-man squad is still the same squad that they did fill out during the Icons Global, and almost everyone should know this. They have the only champions accustomed for them here in Wild Rift, right? They're the first global championship winners. And part of the prize is that you get to choose your own champion and select a skin for that. So the Nova skins are out there already and should be out there. And the question is, will they use it?
Let's see if they're going to be using it for this game. Also, to note, support is very strong. Yami, during their last time fighting against KBG, Yami was the master. He was the reason why they were able to win there.
And it's not just in their matchup against KBG that Yami has really performed to his potential. He has been very steady ever since we first saw him during WRL Season 1. And now we're looking at the roster first of Trace Esports. For everyone's knowledge, again, it's Weiba and Wind that was part of the original Dakun Gaming roster that was the winner of that inaugural Horizon Cup. But they're now going to be joined by Lisa, Rose, and Tak. This is a newly promoted team. When we say newly promoted team, yes, we do have relegations here in this tournament, and they have something to prove, right? The momentum is definitely on their side. On game number 1, Weiba did not play, but at least in this fated matchup, we will see Weiba against Long.
Yeah, and Long, again, performed so well during the last time that we saw them. And so far, during the last icons that we had during the last year, Long was the superstar of this team, and he was the reason, he was the centerpiece. That's why they were able to win. But right now, Wind and Neon are going to be on the spotlight for this 1v1.
Yeah, hopefully none of those Yasuo versus Riven. Something exciting. Maybe go for that Echo. Maybe go and please everyone with that Rammus. But now, looks like that someone is hovering towards the Camille. So it would be a Camille, yeah. So it's actually it's actually your preference. No, this should be a pick now because there's like, but there was just one ban each, right?
Camille versus Yasuo. I mean, in lane that could be good, but on this map, usually the Camille has a big disadvantage against all of the fights that I've seen from this 1v1s.
Yep.
But in lane, yes, Camille would have an advantage. But here on this map, the arrow map, it's way harder because the walls are way further from the champions.
True. So there's a lot of adjustment that you have to do if you're the Camille player. But one thing that you could see as a potential advantage for the Camille is the adaptive defenses, right?
Yeah,
that's going to be the shield that can easily be answered by the Yasuo shield as well as his passive. Although with everything said and done here, Dash, I feel that this is Yasuo favored, just because that you can dash not so much on the normal attacks, not so much with the precision strike or the hook shot. It almost always has to do with if the tactical sweeps connect or not.
I do agree. It takes a lot of time for the Camille to gain the advantage in lane, and there's not a lot of itemization potentials for the Camille in the early game except for the Trinity Force. I believe that picking up the Divine Sunder on a 1v1 is not very favorable, especially that you're fighting against a Yasuo.
And it's so expensive as well, right? We have to put that into consideration. What will give you the immediate power spike that you need? Oftentimes in a 1v1, Blade of the Ruin King should give you that extra oomph. Not only that you will be gifted damage and attack speed, it also possesses a unique passive that gives you a burst, so to speak, in this 1v1s.
Yeah. So this is one of the things that could really be good, especially when you're fighting against a Camille. Most of the time, the reason why people hate fighting against a Camille is because she has everything. She can run away, she can go in, she has the healing from the tactical sweep, and has shielding too. So she's basically like a Swiss knife of things here.
This is what you have to do, right? As a Camille, you maximize your adaptive defenses. Meanwhile, if you're Neon, if the adaptive defenses is up, all you have to do is just back away, right? That's the rule. Oh, good dodge.
A lot of damage though. Would be able to get the Hurricane in, and this is gonna be easier for Win to just take over the early stages of the game. But once Neon backs away and picks up a blade with the Ruin King, doesn't need it though. Wasn't able to get the adaptive defenses onto Win, knocks him up. That's still not gonna be able to get the kill there.
The level advantage and was maximized by Neon because as soon as he went level 3, he went almost all in, just enough to at least put on the pressure. There is a potential for an all-in from both squads here. Not both squads, but both players here. But Neon just wants to push, right? You don't want to have your wave in a very awkward spot because what that means is that Win can just go for a cheetah recall and will have the XP and gold advantage.
This is what I'm saying. It's really hard to utilize a lot of the Camille's skills because of the fact you can't even use the hook shot. Because Neon could just run away to the other side and your hook shot wouldn't be able to hit.
He missed. And he can't even get that cannon minion. That's a big altar if you're Wind. Neon though still dancing through the minions. Again, one of the champions that you want more minions to be present on the opposing side. Looks like that the wave is pushing towards Neon. Will there be any cheater recall? None of that because he wants to farm those gold in order for him to get easier access to the Blade of the Ruin King. As 3k should be an easy buy of the components. Just a couple of gold away from the Blade of the Ruin King that we were saying as a power spike. Meanwhile, on the other side, you did discuss about the Divine Thunder. And looks like the Wind wants to go for that item.
Yeah, still wants to go for the Divine Thunder in this 1v1. Might be a big disadvantage. After the Precision Protocol, you won't really have anything more except to just run away. And now, committing onto the fight and getting closer and closer to the wall. Look at that. He can't even chase Neon right now.
There you go.
Must have the Hextech ultimate to actually work with it. Last Breath's going to be there and he's going to be taking down. Hookshot's not going to hit. It's too far away. That's the wall that I'm talking about. And that is Neon taking the first blood.
Far walls is the problem for Win here in this game number 1 or in this side selection matchup, the ARAM 1v1. But all smiles on Win like he... Okay, I lose that one now. Doesn't matter because this is more of like a warm-up game for most of the players that we have here in the game. It's nice to have the side selection, but is it the end-all be-all? I don't think so.
Still not in there though for Win. Is gonna be really harder from him. I think even if he builds the plated steel caps that we say is very OP on this 1v1, it's still not gonna be helpful because he doesn't have enough damage to actually execute Neon. I think the sustain of Neon is way better than the damage that he's gonna pull through.
And now the Blade of the Ruin King procs easy.
At the knockup though, last breath. That's gonna be it. Hextech ultimatum is gonna be here and he's gonna be dead. Win is gonna be hit.
Doesn't matter.
Not even there. That's still gonna be the GGs, and Nova Esports takes the first pick on where they're gonna go.
Yeah, Wind gets to help his team decide where they would be going as their first side selection. We've seen a lot of teams pivot towards the blue side just because of that threat. To have that Shen, to have that Zoe, to have that Jace. The Jace pickup has been very strong for most of the blue side users that we have here. In fact, of the 4 games that we have, correct me if I'm wrong here, Dash, all blue side players or teams did win.
Actually, that's true. Yeah,
blue side wins games, at least in this Sunday special that we have here today, Dash. So if you are Nova, do you go blue?
They actually go blue side. Just take the first pick, right? Just get the Jace on their side and get the first pick, or maybe even the Zoe if it is available. So I don't know if Nova is gonna go there or take the risk of just taking 2 picks against them after.
And also one thing that mesmerizes me as well is that there is a reluctance in changing sides by game number 2, because we all know the rules, right? If game number 1, the side selection would be onto the winner of the 1v1. Come second game, there will be a flip. So whoever loses the side selection matchup would be the one to choose the side come second game. And then on the third game, it goes back to the winner, right? And that's the reason why there is an advantage if you win the 1v1, because you get to choose the side twice, at least in the best of 3 matchup. But at least in the past 2 series that we have, Dash, there's like a reluctance in switching sides. That if they win on blue side, the opposing team, the opposing team would go for the red side. So it's interesting.
Yeah, I do hope to see that for this one, Trace Esports, the junglers getting like carry junglers rather than just playing at the back, picking up the Shen. If it's something that we've hyped up during the whole day, we talked about the junglers being the carries of both of these teams. Is that going to be the same thing here, or would the other players on this rosters be able to turn up and show how strong they are?
Junglers does really possess an extreme quality of, I should say, star player-esque qualities, right? Because again, we're talking about Weiba, we're talking about Long here. We have to hype them because they deserve to be hyped here, Dash. And so this matchup, I know this is a 5v5, but a lot really relies on how their jungler would perform in this game. Nova does select side selection on the blue side, which means that again, the theory that we have, the thing that is running so far as the theme for the day, that if you are on the blue side, you get the win, will be challenged once again by Nova.
Yeah, let's see how this is gonna go though. For Varus and Zoe getting banned on the first rotation, they do want to take Ziggs if ever. But if Trace Esports bans the Ziggs on this next one, there's a lot of options. Jace is still available. Camille is also there. Aatrox might be open. So there's a lot of champions open just because they banned the Varus and the Akali here. So this is gonna be a fun game.
For sure, like a lot of champions being left open. Now, if you are Trace Esports, you have to go for the Gragas right away. Now that leaves 3 power picks to the side of Nova. Now we are seeing a different dimension to this drafting game that we have, and the Chinese teams are now confident in opening up this amount of power picks, which just gives more benefit if you are on the blue side.
They're going to be picking the Gragas, or they're going to be picking the Ziggs, so that Nova Esports is going to be forced to pick another one. The Gragas, the Shen is open, the Aatrox is there. Pick the Aatrox first. So this gives an option for Nova Esports to actually just use the Camille, the Shen, the Galio to their side, which is also a great combo.
And Dash, this is a Weiba champion. I know for a fact that this is a match made in heaven for Weiba, because back when he was dominating during the Horizon Cup, he was the original Jax jungle carry that we have in the game. And if there is a champion that could be that Jax back in Horizon Cup, it could be today's Aatrox.
And remember, something to point out. The reason why during the past Worlds in League of Legends PC, people have been afraid of the Yone against the Aatrox, because Yone is the exact champion that could be a counter against an Aatrox, because Aatrox won't have the space if Yone is in your face. Bars.
That's a very good answer from Nova. Also goes for a curveball here in picking Karma as their dragon laner. We've seen a lot of Varuses, but that's banned away. We've seen a lot of Luxes, the Corkis, some other options aside from the Karma. But for Nova, they're saying that, you know what, we're still confident in running the Karma, regardless of how many nerfs she has received in the past. It could still work for us. Trace Esports has decided to not go for the Shen as their third pick. So none of that as of yet. There's also potential for them to go Yuumi. We know that the Yuumi plus Aatrox is an indestructible duo, and that could be also a very big problem to solve if you're Nova.
Yeah, there's a lot of bruisers going already for this side though, and I'm really looking forward to what supports are they going to be picking after the fact that they picked this already, because they can still go for the Nautilus, the Gragas, the Galio, still available. Almost all of them are still available at this point. So they can still pick those champions. But look at the respect that they have on their roster, because this Aatrox and this Yone, or rather this Yone can still be flexed. That's why they're banning Long's Kha'Zix. The respect that they have is really immaculate here.
You have to give him, you have to give it to him. Like, dude, their last matchup was against KBG, and they were able to dethrone the defending champion during their first series. So if you are Trace Esports, you really have to double down. You really have to target down Long, because Long has always been a proven carry for this squad. This championship squad from Nova Esports is a problem 1-5. Meanwhile, on Trace Esports, the question prevails. Are they going for an all-in and buff of their Aatrox? Looks like that they're going against that and goes for a standard engage support in the Nautilus.
Nova Esports still has a chance here. What they're lacking is a lot of CSC. What they have here are a lot of options. A Shen, a Galio could potentially be picked still for Nova Esports, because they have damage already. They have the defense from the Karma. That is going to be one thing that is going to be good here. And put all their stops on the Camille, use their ultimates, and that's one down.
We're still missing one more solo laner for the side of Trace Esports, unless they decide to use this Aatrox on the side lane. A Gragas pick up for Nova. They're saying that, you know what, we need a form of disengage, and the Gragas is a perfect fit for that. Nova is going to double down in their lean presence and is going to pick up the Renekton. I don't think that we will be seeing the Amumu. And ladies and gentlemen, after having Jace as a priority pick for 4 consecutive games, Trace Esports decide to pick it last. What?
92:8. Look at the support rating that we have for Nova Esports, because they still believe this squad is really strong. Trace Esports has yet to prove themselves against Nova Esports. With this composition that they have put in front of us, this is still good. This is still good with what we have, but what I'm afraid of is that KT.RY having the Aatrox. That's what I'm afraid of.
This is definitely his team, and if Trace Esports wants to do well in this tournament, wants to make the naysayers be believers, then this is the game to do it, right? Like, going against the legendary Nova Esports squad, the team that was able to win the Icons Global Championship, really is a big task to do. And again, let us remind everyone, this is a newly promoted team, Weba and company. During the AVP, the teaser, he said in that video, "I told you I will be back." And now Weba is back in action, going to face against the best jungler that we have in the world right now.
Weba against Long. Both of them carrying champions that could carry the team potentially, with the Yone and the Aatrox right here on this game. This is going to be a matchup to look at for everybody right there watching on YouTube and on Twitch. This game is the one to look out for, the last game of our week 2. And this is the time for Trace Esports to prove themselves.
We're looking into the lane matchups right now. Nian is going to flex herself into the Camille. And this Camille versus Jace matchup should favor the Jace, at least in the early parts of the game, because of the range advantage. But if there is one way to counter Jace, that's the all-in, that's the gap closing abilities. Camille does possess that, right? So the laning phase, barring any extra shenanigans or rotations from the support, should favor Bros, at least in the early parts.
Yeah. What do you... for me, the question here is, how is this Dragon Laners going to be playing around themselves? Whenever you're fighting against a Ziggs versus the Karma, you're trading out their wave clear potential for a chance of a utility. That's why we pick the Karma most of the time. And this is one of the times that the Karma would be a good pick for these types of compositions, because you're buffing up a Camille, you're buffing up a Yone, which are always good champions to buff up with.
And there's also that big X factor of the Transcendent Embrace, right? A big AoE skill that can disrupt the combos of Trace Esports. And I think that's one of the reasons why this Karma is a perfect fit for Nova Esports, and that's the reason why it was prioritized very early. But there's just, an exchange of pleasantries on the top side. All in all, right now, the rotations coming from our supports, Yami And of course, Tak would be put into test in this game number 1.
We have seen Yami in action, and Yami really knows how to play with the timings. The timings, he really knows how to play with the timings. And this could be the chance. We have seen the Nautilus versus the Gragas a while ago, and Yu was able to pull that off. And if someone is going to pull the same thing, I think Yami is going to be the one there.
Quiet early game, but definitely the mind games is ever so present. Level 5 for Weiba already has the opportunity to eat another Scuttle Crab. So it does look like that at least in the first few minutes, Trace Esports was able to dominate the early game because of getting that extra Scuttle Vision.
Yeah, getting that gold and Long having the first disadvantage here. And we all know that it takes a long time, or it takes a bit of time, 2 items before this Yone is going to be effective.
Vision?
And the Fate
Okay.
Shield is the only thing that could work with you whenever you are in the early game. Now, they're going to be struggling quite a bit for Nova Esports, but we've seen them do this same thing against KBG, and they were successful with it.
The 8% believers from Trace Esports, would they be the geniuses out today? It does feel like, there's a big window that Trace Esports would win with this lineup. Again, this Aatrox is so strong right now, and having that Riven plus Aatrox to go inside the team fights and be in your face will be so problematic to almost all members that Nova does have right now. But again, it comes down to execution. Regardless of how good your draft is, if your execution is a miss, then chances are you would end up losing.
Imagine the amount of space that they take for a fight, right? The threat of a Broken Wings and the Darkened Blade are really big during those times. Those crucial times are going to be what Nova will do against that, because these champions, just their presence are enough to actually push you back. So we're still waiting for the first objective to come in. We still have 1 minute 20 seconds before that comes out, and that probably is the time when our first battle is going to be.
I'm looking at the first item purchase here for Weiba. He went for Yomu's Ghostblade, which was asked one time in the comment section. Why is it that the Aatrox did build the Yomu's Ghostblade? As a jungler, you need mobility, and Yomu's Ghostblade does have that extra mobility boost, and also has a good amount of AD and armor penetration. So it's actually a perfect item buy for this champion, Aatrox, at least in the first few parts. You did say that Weiba was able to eat 2 of the 2 Scuttle Crabs, make that 3 for 3. So far, so good for Trace Esports.
Yeah, and as we say, most of the time, lethality is really a good stat to have early on in the game. And on Aatrox, any damage, any potential to get armor penetration is very welcome. And we're seeing that on an advantage right now. They're really looking for the kills here. Remake's going to be charged right now. They had the death charge used already. He was back in the air, and now they're going to go in. Weiba might be on a bit of trouble, but they're going to be running away. Too much damage from Trace.
You give Weiba his Aatrox, Weiba would make use of it as if it's a win condition that has never left League of Legends. Right now, Trace Esports, there's an engage. Yami.
Oh, no. Fate Shield has been used. Long doesn't have it. So they have low HP and a lot of the members. Weiba still has the World Ender to use. But this is going to be a hard fight for them to start. Gonna go in, gonna try to go. They have the stun, they're gonna go for Weiba. They might be able to get the knock off, and that might be it. Weiba's gonna be running away. They got their Rift Herald, that's what they needed. And they got the kill already onto their side, and that is a really big one for the side of Nova.
It's a 2-for-1, was able to get the Rift Herald in return, and now summons this Rift Herald. Could they cancel this? There is a potential for Trace Esports to cancel this Rift Herald, but no, the new patch. Had it been the older Rift Herald, then it could be, a Shelly easily denied by Trace Esports. As we look into the replay, an engage by Yami onto Tak, onto one member was not on point with Long's Fate Shield, but it did not matter because Yeetse was able to find Weiba, and that amount of damage was actually enough with that Transcendent Embrace. That's Nova Esports for you, right? We did say that Long has been the star player for Nova, but do not count out his teammates. His teammates is also very good.
No flashes for Weiba during this Drake fight. But again, during that point, lost a Fate Shield from the side of Nova Esports, but they were still able to pull it off. Even with a 2-1, they have low HP anyway during the start of the fight. Now,
engage
right here.
Okay.
Dredge Light gonna be used.
Look at
Yami
throws.
gonna be the target. They have a lot of damage. Yami might fall down pretty easily.
No!
We're still able to get away with explosive cast. That's gonna be it. A lot of ultimates used, but is this gonna be risked by Nova Esports because they lost a lot of their skills? Are they gonna take it? They still have long, still have the soul unbound. They're taking their time. They have their vision right here onto their side. They're gonna go in
All
onto
in?
Yami. They're gonna be able to get a kill on one. That's a Camille dead. That's an advantage for their side. 5 people are here and Remake needs to flash away. And this is going to be it. Mountain Drake's going to be taken. But look at this. Nova Esports still not giving up. Look at the back line. Yitse is going to be fighting and he's going to be the target. One is down again. They went in 1 by 1. That's why they lost a lot of their members.
That's a big
now,
problem
this is
for
going to be
Nova.
a reset again at the Mountain Drake. Lee Sao going to be pushing him away. But they're going to go in. A lot of damage already from Remake. Long has the Fate Seal. They might be able to steal this with a Soul Unbound. But Nova Esports are still not done. They're going to go in, might be able to steal it, but it is the timing right there. Woiba was able to get it, and this is just a mark of a great jungler from the side of Trace Esports.
A big swing for the side of Trace Esports. Neon is not yet done, but a very good engaging depth charge was what was needed by Trace Esports. That was a long, excruciating 1 minute Dragon Dance, but Trace Esports comes out on top.
Too long. 3 kills on the board. Advantage for the side of Trace Esports. They have the gold right here. And this is going to be it. I thought they're going to stop after Yitse died.
Yeah.
I was afraid that that was a 4v5 and they can just pivot towards Yitse. But again, Nova Esports too aggressive there.
Yeah, 3v5 was what I think was Trace Esports shouting on top of their lungs. Right, we have the man advantage. Long did try to steal the dragon in the end. And one would say, hey, you know what? What's happening? Why is Trace Esports not focusing down this dragon? And that's because there's a 50-50 split, right? There's a flip that is waiting to happen. Long is in the area. So a Smite Steal could easily just negate whatever you have worked on that dragon. And also to note that that was the Mountain Dragon. That's the sturdiest dragon that we have in the game. Most HP. Yeah. So long team fights, long dragon fights such as that often happens when there is a Mountain Dragon.
2 items on the board already by Weiba. That's a big swing for the team here. Now that marks Trace Esports having a big advantage here when it comes to gold. So what are they going to do? Nova Esports, even with Yitse on a 0-2, they're on a big disadvantage here. So this is going to be the next objective that we're going to have. The Rift Herald is going to be available. Are they going to try and take the risk? Because we're seeing Long having the Divine Sunder now on this fight.
And a lot of engage options as well for attack. Now has the Stasis Engine. We all know how Nautilus utilizes that that Stasis Engine, right? You just go in, and in the thread, there you go, another engage.
Yami, you have the Stasis though. You're gonna be pushed back by the Satchel. Yami's not gonna be wasting any of their summoner spells. Now they're gonna be targeting Lee Sao. They have to hold onto him. They're not gonna chase down half HP onto Deathman's. This is gonna be it. Long. This ain't have the soul unbound right now in this fight. This is gonna be it. Gonna go into the back line. Weiba gonna be the target. They have the spike fight. They're gonna be able to steal. Nova was still able to take it. The Transcendent Embrace is right there to get the damage. Weiba is gonna be running away with the World Ender. The damage of the Neon is gonna be there, and that's gonna be it. They lost a lot of their HP. They're still chasing down Long, both down, and that's Trace Esports marks their territory against Nova.
2 kills for 1 Rift Herald, and now Win and company still wants to pressure down the mid lane. They will be finally thwarted off. In this 50-50s, it's now 2-1 in favor of Long, but you can see that Weiba doesn't mind. You may steal my objective, but I will kill your players as we look into the replay. Good respect by Rose, by the way. If it was Rose that was Hextech ultimatumed, it could have been a very easy dead chase. But because it was Weiba, we all know that Aatrox is deceptively tanky. Nice flash into that last Arcane Blade, and that was what was needed by Trace Esports to break open this game.
Yeah, they're breaking open the mid lane, and that's what.
Look at the damage, 4K, dude.
On the hands.
Oh,
that's so much, and that is why you banned the Aatrox. During the whole 4 games that we had, was the reason why the Aatrox is banned. And on the hands of a masterful player like Weiba, that makes it much, much more destructive.
I tell you again, Weiba on his Jax used to give me nightmares because I was casting that game when they were playing against Team Secret. This Aatrox is just reminiscent of that, and looks like they found the alligator on the top side.
He's going to be the target. Long is here to help out his teammate. On the 2 would be able to turn around the fight. and Weibo is gonna be running away with a tail talk on his back, and this is gonna be it. He's gonna be chased down. Yami's gonna be here, explosive cast onto the front of Hits there. He's gonna getting the stun on Weibo, and that's gonna be a shutdown gold onto the side, and Nova turned the fight around with just that.
What? When they needed it most, Long showed up and did the most deadly gank of them all, the counter ganks. My God, what an intense matchup between Nova Esports versus Trace Esports. The junglers are definitely showing why they are as hyped as they should be, and a huge win for Nova Esports overall.
I really thought he says already dead by that time, but look at the gold swing onto the left side. Long and Weibo are really close to each other with this. And it's really hard to say what is going to happen still, but Nova slowly garnering on that advantage that they got, and Trace Esports, they need to back away. They need to think about what they're going to do on this next dragon.
Trace Esports is losing some wave on the top side though. Lizao has to respond fast on this dragon takedown. This tower also goes down in the mid lane, so Trace Esports is slowly crumbling down in terms of pressure. But there is still an opportunity for Trace Esports to find that magic, to find that all-in, and find that team fight win. Most of the skirmishes has favored Trace Esports, looking at the kill count 6-4. But the bigger objective is this Ocean Dragon.
Taking a long time. Everybody's here. Rose has the priority bot side. Now, what they want to look at, they want to get the kill on Weibo first before they start. Weibo has a way more easier time taking this Ocean Drake. Now, Trace Esports, they're looking at the bottom side of the map. Remember, Yitse is at the ready if ever they try to engage them. Look at the back from Long. I think it was discovered too. That's why they're starting this from the side of Trace Esports. Now they want to take this down as fast as they could. And this was the call right here from the side of Trace Esports. Take that down. They have one in the back line. They have Yitse in front. Weaver is going to be the target. But Lizao is able to survive onto the back side. They were able to get it. Rose is in front. That Fate Seal wasn't able to hit. A lot of members are low HP on the side of Trace Esports, but nobody's going to die just yet. Is Neon going to go in with a hook shot? No, he's not. But Nova loses the dragon, loses one member.
1-4-0 overall. It was Yitse going down. Did I see that right? Was that a Gargoyle Ancient on the Renekton? Because I thought that he was too big in his own.
Yeah,
okay, I was right. It was indeed the Gargoyle Ancient. And guys, let me just remind everyone: if you go for the Gargoyle Ancient, oftentimes you won't have enough damage as a Renekton. So he's sacrificing a lot of his damage to be that sturdy front line. In that exchange, though, Trace Esports did have enough damage, and that's now 2 dragons to the side of Trace Esports. Huge swing again to the side of TE.
Yeah. Even with Weibo not performing during that last fight, it was still Rose was able to get a lot of damage onto the members, and this is what you like when you have a Jason and Ziggs. You can whittle down a lot of the members of Nova, then engage. And that's what he did. That's why it was easier for them. And also, the back timing of Long was off time. And that's why Trace Esports was able to get that dragon.
And now the pressure is still on. Yitse is going to scale down. We all know that the Renekton is not really the best scaling champion in the game.
Yeah.
But a very good sense by Yitse. No stun connects onto the Renekton with slice and slice. With just the slice, it was enough for him to get enough distance, but has to surrender the tower bot lane.
They're going to do a lot of work in order for them to win against this. Side of Trace Esports has a lot of damage already. 4-0 onto Rose. We have been getting this man with the Serpent's Fang too. That is going to be good because there's a lot of shielding happening to the side of Nova Esports. It's going to be hard for them to sustain longer onto this fight against Trace.
And also a perfect counter to that Gargoyle Ancient that we often do not see anymore in the current meta. The reason why it was just easily erased from the meta. Remember the League of Gargoyles? Not happening anymore, right? League of Stoneblade. Yeah, just because of that Serpent's Fang, you can easily shred those shields away from the tanky members of the opposing side. Tack! What a hook!
Great dredge line. Back line has been death charged. Have the Baron, they're looking at it. But Trace Esports is not going to continue in this fight. Nova are still looking at any capabilities that TAC could do before they start. They already used their ultimates. Is this a sign for Long to go in with this knock-up? But no, they're still playing it safe on both sides.
This is a problem waiting to happen for the side of Nova, right? Yitse, I know that he's currently... He was able to push down the minions over to the tower of Trace Esports. But the longer this game goes, this Renekton does become less and less impactful, dude, especially on the side lane. He sacrificed a huge amount of damage to be that beefy front line for his team. Is that the sacrifice worth taking? So far, so good though for the side of Trace Esports. 2.2, 2.3k. Still anyone's game. That is for sure. Especially with, you know, the Elder Dragon win condition being there. But let me tell you this, and this is not a hot take. If Trace Esports does get their hand on the third dragon, which is an Infernal one, that should be an easy win for them.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna be the game. But Tag is gonna be dying here in front of Remake. That's gonna be a kill. That could start the Baron already for the side of Nova. I believe that this Yone has the capabilities of starting it.
Sure, and they have a lot of AD damage to work with and can easily shred down this big objectives. But are you going to really risk it? Because what you could do is by getting that pick, you can plant your vision around this third dragon, because that's basically the win condition right now for Trace Esports. If they get their hands on the third dragon, then the chances of Nova really winning this game number 1 would be close to, what, 10%? Maybe even less than that. Because 3 dragons in a Wild Rift game is almost always going to give you all the necessary stats to push through.
Yeah, and all I can say though is that 4 items on both of our junglers already, and Long having a bit of a brink of the easier advantage right there for this side. But overall, this game has been quite close. Everybody has been taking towers. There's not really a big advantage on both sides except for the Drakes that we had already for the side of Trace Esports. Now Infernal Drake is going to be coming for 14 seconds. And let's take a look at what's going to happen on this next one.
Rose has just recalled. So ladies and gents, there is a small window of opportunity for Nova to at least plant some vision. Yitze would be getting the priority. That's been the golden rule. Get the priority, start the dragon, and now the dragon is being started.
Yeah, they're gonna go in. They want to go for Weiba. They still have the World Ender at the ready if ever they need a bit of HP from that champion. They could sustain if ever he goes in. So this is gonna go Yitze onto the back line. Wants to get the kill on Win. He has a ward there, so this might be dangerous for Yitze. He's gonna be fighting a 1v1 with Lee Sao. He's now low in HP, but right now they're gonna go in. Hectic ultimatum onto Rose. They might have the Fate Seal. They go to 2, and they got the kill. Weiba has the status. It's gonna be surviving for just a bit, but the flash right there might be able to be enough. But there you go, the flash from Yitze is gonna be there to change things around for the side of Nova Esports, and now they survived. They lost a lot of members on the side of Trace Esports, and the Baron might be taking to their side.
For sure, you have a dead jungler on the side of Trace Esports. Weiba was not in front of everyone. It was their Baron laner that was at the front of everyone. And that's what I said, right? If you have the Camille, it's easy to really engage onto your opponent, and Lee Sao was not there to really help out. As we look into the replay, Lisa went for that 1v1 against Yitze. Yitze's burst was so much, and Rose, too overzealous, too overeager. A very timely Hextech ultimatum into the Fate Seal basically sealed the fates of the members here of Trace Esports.
Forcing the stasis out of Weiba, and that off the timing of them taking the fight into their own right. But again, here, Nova Esports, this is what they're good at. The battle of attrition of this squad is enough to say the reason why they were the champions before is because they know when to hold, when to start, and now they got a hold of what could have been the loss for them if ever Trace Esports takes it too aggressive. Fate Seal was used half HP on Weiba.
Regen? Okay. There's no Warmugs for Weiba, but he does have an insane amount of Omnivamp. We all know that Weiba still does have the World Ender. Where's the fight?
Yeah, 5v4 still has the knockout to work with. Look at the back line. They're already breaching it. Long, I think, a bit too overzealous, but it's still not enough. Look at that. The damage Mega Inferno Bomb low HP. The members of Nova, they were able to get it, but they got one on tag. And that's going to be Weiba. Going to be the next one. Low HP, and that's going to be the takedown right there from their side. Trace Esports trying their best to do something about this, but that tactical sweep slows down everybody to the brink of extinction. And Rose is going to be the next one on the chopping block. Nova Esports takes this one, takes the Elder Dragon, is going to be taking the game. The second tier church is gonna fall too fast, and this is gonna be the end of it. Nova Esports were able to take down Trace. The advantage on Trace didn't matter because one fight turned things around to the side of Nova.
How is it even possible? Nova Esports finds the fight, finds the win, and it was an almost ace for them. 4 people down to the side of Trace Esports. Trace Esports had enough had everything going for them at the early parts of the game. They even had a goal lead, but in that one team fight alone, long going in, long going out, and finding the right targets are Nova Esports. There's a reason why they are the champions during the Icons Global, and there's a reason why 92% of the viewers did believe that Trace Esports would not be winning against this squad from Nova. What a game! What a team fight! It's kind of sad that we don't have a replay of that game-winning team fight, but hopefully, soon we will have some highlights as well that we can show to our viewers. But I believe, again, Camille is very pivotal. You get that Hextech ultimatum in onto the Jace of the opponent, and it's going to be an easy flush out for that team fight.
Honestly, that Camille wasn't even bad. The Camille had a hard time during the early stages of the game, but when it mattered, that Hextech ultimatum was the reason why they got the Infernal Drake. That was the game-winning fight when they were taking the Infernal Drake. Get the takedown, get the Drake for yourselves, and that's enough. That was enough to say that Nova was able to win because of that. And Neon, yes, press the button, press the Hextech ultimatum, was able to win the fight against Weiba.
Also, give credit where it's due. Remake Ades Karma was also a nuisance, right? Shields, the Transcendent Embrace, very timely ones that was able to, by the way, clip Weiba in his very first death. Weiba did it right. Like, Tracy Esports had the right ingredient to win against the Nova squad. But in that third Dragon team fight, in where everything was so scattered, Rose was found by the Camille Engage.
Yeah, and also, let's talk about Yitze on this game.
Sure.
This game, we jinxed it. We jinxed Renekton. We thought Yitze is gonna be scaling down, but when it mattered, Yitze was able to take down Lee Sao. He was able to get a lot of great Ruthless Predators against the members of Trace Esports. And I don't know what to say. Yitze performed.
Out of this world, right? Out of his mind. And the jungle matchup between Long and Weiba, round 1 goes to Long, and it's pretty convincing. 22k damage to 14k damage that was dealt by Weiba on the Aatrox champion. Yeah, you can say that, the Yone pick is often considered a good counter pick to the Aatrox, but on paper, yeah, you could say that. Still, it lacks the execution, and to me, Long really perfectly executed that game to his favor, and from that, they were able to win that game number 1. Dash, what a start there. I felt the intensity from minute number 1, right? And this is the reason why it's so fun to watch the best of the best teams here in WRLA.
Yeah, especially when they have history for getting championships by themselves, by their team. And Trace Esports and Nova Esports aren't just a stranger to that. And this is what I want to see, this type of Wild Rift in where there's a lot of things at stake for these players. Their reputation and also their skills as players are always needed to be proved to everybody, the viewers, to their teammates, to their enemies. That's always going to be there. But again, Nova Esports, they are the champions before on Icons, and there's a reason why they're here. They have that battle of attrition in the late game. They showed it to us.
Yeah, and that's a champion team-esque team fight, right? Like, those are the last few minutes of that game, and we all know that Long would get the MVP after showing us what he's capable on this champion. But minutes from now, hours from now, a lot of coaches, analysts will be breaking down that team fight and will be highlighting how every single member of Nova Esports did their job and did their part to really get that comeback win.
Yeah, it was equal until it wasn't anymore during that time, and that was such great showing from both of our sides. This is a game that I hope this is a game 3. This is a game 3 game. I hope that it's gonna be. But again, these teams are really great. I would want to see a lot more. We're just gonna be taking a short break, everybody, before we head on to game 2. We're gonna be a Shoutcasters again later. My name is Dash, and I was here with Otlu. See you guys in just a bit.
I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need. Know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave. It's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. It shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
Match point for Nova Esports. This is going to be the time for Trace Esports to change and come back from this series. Maybe get a reverse sweep against the past champions that we have in this tournament. Again, we're going to be Shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash and I'm here with Autolus, and this is an exciting match, and I'm still hyped from that last game.
For sure. Like the 8% who believed in Trace Esports, I don't think it's right to just have 8% believers, right? Because all throughout that game, like from minute 1 up until minute number 16 maybe, or minute number 15, Trace Esports had a very good advantage on their way to a potential win against the championship squad of Nova. It just so happened when it really mattered, the team fighting from Nova Esports is something that they can rely on. Again, kudos to this championship squad. I just hope that this game number 2 will be on the same level. I know it's a mental boomer, mental tilter whenever those come from behind losses does occur. But if you are Trace Esports, you have to take the positives out there. You can say that, hey, you know what? We played to the best that we can do during the first few minutes. We just have to control our emotions and be better the next time out.
Yeah, I hope that this game they won't be really tilted from what happened, because they held that early game advantage against Nova Esports. But again, Nova Esports really has that way of turning things around in their favor, especially during those last minutes, those last dragons that we have in the game. And now, here, Trace Esports, how are they going to be facing that? That is going to be the challenge here for them.
Finally, switch over. This could be the first time that we'll be seeing blue side suffer a loss today. Dash. Or will the
That's true.
will the trend continue? Because so far in the 5 games that we have casted today in today's Sunday special, the blue side has won. Nova Esports now forced to the red side because Trace Esports. Wait, who won the 1v1 earlier? Was it Nova? Was it Trace? It was Nova, right? Who won the 1v1?
It was Nova. That's why they picked the blue side a while ago, because they won. Right?
The ban?
Yeah. I think it was them. But again, everybody, with this, the bans that we have right now is just gonna be the Akali together with the Senna. We do have a lot of things going for us here. It's the same thing that we've seen. It's gonna be opening up a lot of possibilities here again for the team, but it's a good thing they banned the Aatrox already right now. But this is gonna be here with Fiora. Also, the thing, we're not gonna be seeing the Aatrox and Camille this game. So this would be different matchups for now. But Jace is available for the side of Trace. They can take it for their first pick.
And Rose wasn't too bad on that champion as well, right? But we have to call it as we saw it, right? I think he's...
Oh!
We overlooked
No
this
way.
one, Dash.
No way.
Like, with all said and done, with whatever strength the other team possesses, if everything has to come down to a brutal way to win a game, you go back to Zoe, right? But this is also a good one. Why? Because Nova could show us how to solve this Zoe problem.
Was that an oopsie? I saw them smiling after they saw the Zoe getting picked. Is that an oopsie for them? But maybe they forgot about that. It's a good thing that they're tunneling back on what worked during the last game. Let's pick up the Nautilus. Let's pick up the Yone to couple that with so that they don't have the Nautilus for themselves. But they wanted to put the Zoe in the mid lane?
Yeah. Well, it happened before. Okay, that's nothing surprising. However, this is showing too much of your hands. It negates a lot of the things that you have to have, especially on the blue side, that you have to be unpredictable. Because now that you have the Zoe and the Varus as well, Nova could just elect to go for assassins. Maybe even the Zed, maybe even the Akali to penetrate through the backline. A very immobile champion that is paired with the Zoe means one thing: you can go all in on the Varus and the Zoe will be the next problem to be solved, right? You don't have to answer the Zoe right away. Just kill the Varus and then start from there.
They can pick the Zed or an Akali, as you said. This is the best one that you can get here, especially in the early stages of the game. One of the things that could potentially take down a Zoe really fast is going to be a Zed. So here, they picked the Garen, just to counteract the Jax.
And also not just that, right? If you have the Garen, there's someone that can absorb the pokes that will come your way. That's a beefy front line. And that's one way to answer those long, irritating pokes from the other side. We often see this as an answer to the Ashe, right? Garen would be the one in front of everything and would absorb as much pressure as he can. But, question is it enough? Looking at the bans here by Nova, they're now trying to target down Weiba. Yeah, you ban the Zed. You go for the Akali if you're Nova.
Nova could get that. If ever Neon is going to be the one holding on to that, it would be way easier to fight against the Zoe at that point. So that could be a potential look up here for the side of Nova Esports. But
is this Shen angle for Nova? Could be.
It's possible. Right? It's possible. But yeah, I think that's a good Shen angle, honestly. Because I was thinking, would they have damage? They still have the last pick anyway.
Sure. Like, all you have to do is to deliver the Shen onto the back line, and he could do wonders against the Varus, against the Zoe. But Nova is electing...
Could still be a Shen angle.
Lots of utility as well. Lots of shields, by the way, for Nova. You have the Nautilus paired with a Karma combo. But you have a very good Serpent's Fang user on the other side. Trace Esports does have the Varus, which negates a lot of the shields coming from Nova. But we're just trying to nitpick things one by one. I know that both the teams does have something prepared for each other. I know that, you know, I won't question anyone's draft at this point, especially this early parts of the tournament, right? Because no,
never mind.
This makes a lot more sense,
That's
right?
way better. Yeah,
this makes a lot more sense. Then again, we're talking about Trace Esports again, and their flex of going Zoe Varus first pick and second pick, will that be punished here by Nova Esports? I feel that if you do that against Nova, against the champion squad of Nova, then it should be easily countered. But Nova is going back to their standard draft, and going to pick Gwen as their last pick here. They needed something that could be an AP threat, an AP damage source threat towards their opponent. They said that Gwen going against the Shen Zhao is actually the perfect answer to that.
Honestly, a Gwen is a good touch. The Mist would be really helpful for the pokes coming out from the Varus and even the Zoe. So even after you get hit with the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, it's okay. But I really thought they're going to go for that angle. Could have been the buff Long. If Long worked during that last game, he's still hot. His hands are hot and could probably carry you to the last game. But they went in and played the safer route, which is to have a bit more of a damage source there, which is also great.
I mean, if you are Nova Esports, you can almost always rely on Long's ability to carry you, regardless what champion he uses, right? Now, it's a back-to-back Yone pickup for him. But again, like, it's a very interesting draft overall. Like, I will be honest with you, this is not something that I was prepared for. Like, Zoe followed by a Varus is kind of unheard of, at least in the previous games that we have casted and saw together. So this will be a very interesting one for Trace Esports. But for Nova, pretty much standard. You have the three bruisers, you have the utilities as well, and you just win from team fights. That's it.
I really love the angle that they're looking at here for Trace Esports. Don't commit into any fights. If you remember a lot of the games that we had, we always go to commits, engages. But this would be a different angle for the side of Trace Esports. Just whittling it down, they try to engage. That's what they want to do here with this composition. The reason why they have the Jack Xin Zhao is that after Rose and also the Varus would be able to get them to low HP, that is when they go.
Yep. You basically play the patient game. That's what you want to do if you are Trace Esports. Also, you can always win the side lane as the Jax. Although this Jax versus Gwen matchup, I do believe that, it's Gwen favored, at least in the first few minutes of the game. Sometime soon, Jax would have enough damage and resistances as well to be the threat. But at least in the first few parts, Gwen should own this.
Yeah, Gwen is just going to be having the right time, but Yami wants to flash away just because of that Sleepy Trouble Bubble. This is the reason why when you're fighting against a melee champion too in the mid lane, this is going to be easy for Rose to just manipulate in her favor.
We're looking into a very unorthodox way of playing Wild Rift, at least in recent times, as we see a mage in the mid lane. But they're making it work. Trace Esports is now invading the jungle of Nova.
Knock up, attack, gonna be the target here for the members. Doesn't have any ultimates just yet, so this is not gonna be in their favor. That's gonna be the Sleeper Trouble Bubble used. 1k HP on the blue buff, but here comes the members. That's gonna be the slow onto their side. That's gonna be the dredge line, and that's gonna be 1 kill first blood to them. And that's gonna be them chasing down Weiba. And they are still running around, but that's too much of a risk for their side. Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but the knockup was perfectly timed. And that's going to be the kill to their side, and this is going to be Nova just looking at Rose. Going to be the next one. They still have the flash to work with, and that's going to be it. The kill onto the side of Nova. 3 kills onto the board.
And now Nova is in full control of this early game. One overstay. For the side of Trace Esports was what was needed by Nova to really turn things around. Let's look at it once again. What tether from Remake? Look at that empowered tether. It basically roots down the Galio. Galio goes down. Yami, with all the mana, with all the HP, did not hesitate to go for the... Did he go for the hook, or did Weiba engage?
That was the engage. Audacious charge. Audacious charge, and Long was at the ready with the knockup. That was perfectly timed.
Wait,
that's
why though? I mean, why do you engage with 2v3? I guess that's Weiba.
Yeah, I mean, from what their perspective is going to be, it was because they were low HP. And a Xin Zhao plays well onto those types of scenarios. But again, Long was there, and Long was the wild card.
And now Long was just gifted, multiple kills, buffs as well. So a lot working well for him.
You know what? In paper, from the standpoint of what Weiba wanted to do, he wanted to just slow down, decelerate Long, but in the end, he was able to accelerate him a lot more.
this 3-1 scoreline is not really telling us what the story is happening right now in this game, Dash, because to me, whatever you have in gold lead right now, there is what we call the mental advantage, and Nova does possess that right now. This scoreline is not really telling how big of a lead Nova has right now against Trace Esports.
Yeah, the mental boom that they had from just one loss right there from Trace. That's why the advantage is just slowly bleeding to the side of Nova. And I hope that this pick from Trace Esports, Weiba, would need to step up during this next objective fight that we're going to be having. Because Trace Esports are not going to pull any stops against them.
Oh? Sneaky Garen? There you go!
Slow, Fate Seal gonna be going in. That's gonna be it, and that's gonna be the Fate Seal 2. The Demolition Justice to get the kill, but Weiba was able to get one. He might be able to get more though.
Winnable.
Neon, very tanky. Still has the timing. Was able to get to the honey for you.
And that was the meme that we have seen over and over again, right? Garen hides in the bush. A wild Garen appears and then gets a kill against Trace against Trace Esports. But luckily for Trace Esports, they were able to turn things around. By the way, a Trinity Force was bought here by Shinjao, and that's interesting.
5 seconds. Objective is gonna come in, and this is gonna be the time for Trace Esports to get some kills against the members of Nova. It's still not a big lead. Still possible if they try to engage this as fast as they could, but right now, Shinzao, Weiba is already starting the dragon. No vision from the side of Nova, but Long is gonna go in, try to engage. But this is gonna be the start, and Weiba is gonna be going in. And this is just gonna be taken. Deathshot's gonna be getting a toll on them. It's gonna be stopped on track by the Chain of Corruption. Great timing from their side, but are they gonna be able to get the kill? Rose is gonna be going in with the flashes that he was able to get, but it's still not enough for Nova to be able to go for that objective.
Trace Esports gets the dragon as their prize. Meanwhile, Lee Sao, farming on the top side, is now feeling the pressure against Yitze. You could see that XP of Yitze is way above than Lee Sao's, close to 1 level gap in terms of XP. But at least some signs of life coming from Trace Esports. I was so ready to write them off after that botch invade on the blue quadrant of Nova Esports, but looks like the Trace Esports still has some fight in them. A flash away by Tak.
Still, their mental's still not done. Nova Esports right now gonna be a bit desperate on taking this Rip Herald after losing a bit, but now the knockup comes in. Lisa is going to be forced to run away, but now on this fight on the bottom side, Yami is going to be in front of everybody, and Tak is going to be dying in front of them, but survives with 1 HP with a sliver of health flashing in. That's going to be it. Wind has a lot, and that's going to be the piercing arrow, but on the other side, though, they're going to be losing a lot of these battles. Nova, they're not on track. Long loses, and that's going to be the Soul Unbound to try and take down. Flash and Rose is available, and that's going to be it. And that's Trace Esports coming back.
The most unexpected pairing of them all. The Zoe plus the Varus made a lot of work for Trace Esports, and now they're awarded of an objective. What is happening right now here, Dash? Looking at the replay, it started with Wind and Bros finding the counter against all the members here by Nova. They went for attack, but Tak survives with 1 HP, and Wind smelled blood. Flashing in, going for that 1 kill, 2 kills for themselves. Meanwhile, Lee Sao, again as a Jax, at this point, it's not expected that he will be performing to his full potential because he's not fully scaled yet. But one thing that you could do as a Jax is to buy time. If you have Counter-Strike up, if you have your ulti app, then you would be deceptively tanky. And now look at the goal difference. It's now a huge swing for the side of Trace.
2k gold lead, Fate Seal's not gonna hit, and that's gonna be the Hero's Entrance in front. Nobody's gonna die, but if the Demolition Justice is gonna be there, Weiba is gonna be surviving for just a bit. They survived. Nobody died during that fight.
But lots of ultimate has been invested, at least by both squads. Trace Esports slowly making sure that their presence is felt here by Nova. There was no Zoe in that team fight because the Zoe was the one split pushing on the top side, which is quite a change of scenery. But one thing is for sure, like, their Zoe is basically the biggest threat right now. So Trace Esports knows this, and if they overstay, they could easily be punished.
They got the hold though. Lee Sao is going to be the one dying, be the sacrifice. They have the dredge line. One more knock-up. Tak is going to be the target for the next one. Audacious Shards to pull them back with the Crescent Guard, but knock-up is going to be enough for them to get the 2-for-1 at least.
At least something positive for the side of Trace Esports, but that is definitely an overstay. Again, we're looking at the lineup of Trace Esports right now. Most of their damage comes from the Zoe. Wind!
Oh! Chain of Corruption. You have the hold. Knockup's gonna come in. Long is gonna get the kill, but at least Wind was able to get one more.
What mechanics from these Chinese players, dude? Like, the last second would still be able to flick through another engage.
Not done. What?
There you go.
He had the confidence. What was
to go win? I mean, he's long. he knows the limits of almost any champion. Looking at Yami, he decides not to recall. And another kill for them? No way.
Lisa just got back from the base and he's gonna be killed again, and this is gonna be it. I think Lisa is gonna be dead. He's just damaged, he's just on the top of the roof, but again, he's tanking a lot of damage here. Zenza's gonna come in. Steve Raveldi survives, but he's not gonna getting any kills anywhere.
Well, okay, if you are Trace Esports, after getting that impressive teamfight win and the Rift Herald, you surrender it by what? Giving away 2, 3, 4 kills in the process in the bot lane. That is a tilter, dude. Like, you know that Trace Esports wants to really get back on track in this game, wants to force game number 3. But if you go for those plays, and where Trace Esports, in where Nova Esports was just able to smell that you are not prepared for those aggressive plays by them, then chances are you end up losing a lot in return. And now, what was 2K or 1K gold lead for the side of Trace Esports is now dead even, and Nova was able to crawl their way back into the game.
You know what I want to say? I hate to be Lisa right now. He can't even play the game, but right now, might be able to do something right here, but he just dispunged. But Tack, able to miss for a bit. They have the Chain of Corruption to work with if ever they want to hold down Yitze. But Nova is still not going to be continuing. They're going to be buying some time, get the priority bot lane before they start.
And now finally, the most threatening member of Trace Esports joins the party. It's Rose. It's the Zoe. How do you counter out Zoe? If you're Nova Esports, now is the perfect time to show everyone what you're capable of against this pesky champion. We're seeing Garen, he's slowly walking down, and this dragon is now being started.
Yeah, they have the Chain of Corruption to help out Rose if ever he gets dove onto the backside, but right now they're gonna go in. Yami's low in HP, he's gonna die with the Chain of Corruption. Face shield on the backside, Win is gonna be the target, flashing in. Win is gonna take the kill right there pretty fast. Lisa is gonna be the one that's dying. Neon is stacking a lot on the backside though. Hero Sentinel's gonna be used, but a bit too late to the party. And Nova Esports are having an advantage here. Weiba is not gonna be trading this.
That again is the problem that is presented on the side of Trace Esports. Never mind solving the Zoe problem, and just go in and kill the most immobile champion of them all. And that's the Varus, right? And look at Long, just one Fate Sealed was what was needed in order for him to get that assassination off of the AD of Trace Esports. Let's look at the replay, see what really happened there. It was Long, right? I mean, just look at Long. All throughout this team fight, it was just him finding his entry points towards win.
Target-sided.
True, like the entry fragger did his job and everything is easy.
Yeah, his eyes are set on one thing, and that's wind. And that's why Nova really knows how to play around it. Look at the damage from Nova during that fight. It was all on because he was able to get the kill on Wind. He was able to get one more kill after that, and even getting the dragon together with it. That was so much that Nova was able to gain just because of that. And another tower top side has been taken.
True. Now the question persists, right? We all know about the Jax late game. But is it really the win condition if you're Trace Esports? It does feel to me that the win condition will always revolve around Bros. Will always revolve around Zoe. His ability to really get that picks. But this Garen, this Nautilus. By the way, may I just say that Yami just disappeared in just one go.
Yeah. Face Sealed, I thought that was gonna hit. If that was able to hit, Rose is dead. But again, it's a good timing. Losing the stasis was pretty important during that time. But when it comes to this composition, what's important here, Otto, is that Trace Esports needs to get the meltdown first on Nova before they start. But they haven't had those opportunities because when it comes down to it, Nova engages before they get poked.
Yeah, it's Long, all Long, right? Like Long finds you in the depths of your lineup and of your formation. You won't feel safe if you are facing against Long because you will find those angles, and you can see there, right, the confidence to go for that sealed fade, faded sealed. It is just long, a long special. It's just him. He's built different. That's it.
Definitely say if ever this goes down again, for Long getting the MVP of the last year, and he
so
might
good.
be able to get it again. He's just so good as a player, and we always love to see whenever he tries to make those types of plays. He's just, even with the champions that he's not meant to be flashy, he could make it flashy somehow.
Well, in this champion, he's popping off for sure. Like finding Wind, and now Wind has access to the Edge of Night, which means at least there's another layer of survivability for him. He will have that spell shield, so none of those long engages that comes from out of nowhere. By the way, Long is way ahead of everyone right now in terms of net worth. Already has breached a 13k mark. And looking at his record right now, we've been like a broken record, singing praises of Long over and over again. And mainly because he's 626, dude. 6 kills, 6 assists, out of 13 kills. Dude, he is him.
He is
him.
Long.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Long
and again,
is him. Uh-huh.
Nova Esports would have a really one problem that they need to think about is those team fights in where Rose is not in sight. This is one of them. If they won't be able to see the right targets onto the backline, Chain of Corruption wouldn't be able to hit Trace Esports. Now has a problem. How are they going to go in? How are they going to stop this member? Sack is going to die. Doesn't have one more needle where to work with, but the dress line is there. No problem whatsoever. They said Stasis is going to be called. They have the Fate Seal. They don't need that to hit, but they can back away right now.
Still a small win for Nova Esports that they could easily translate into a Baron pressure.
No hero sentence.
We'll see. Okay. Nova is going to settle for taking down the tower in the mid lane. And to me, that is the wiser choice, right? Why risk it for the biscuit here in the Baron lane? Sorry, not in the Baron lane, but in the Baron pit. If he could easily just get a small advantage that you can translate into vision control. And that's the, third tower that Nova Esports was able to find heading into this next objective. That could prove to be very pivotal.
Now.
Yeah, now he has Navoris, that's right. 4 items on this champion? He's just so accelerated right now, dude.
4 items, that might be the end of it here for this side, unless they would be able to get a pick off on this man's. But Nova Esports are looking towards the Infernal Drake. They would really want this. It's the same thing like the game a while ago. Trace Esports needs to get this unless they want to lose.
Long
starts it up.
Okay.
Long's gonna go in. Soul Unbounds. But Nova Esports is looking right there into the back line. Win has been taken. That charge is a good thing. They have Chain of Corruption. They're going on in front of Long, but they still have the face seal to work with. And that's going to be hit on the backside. Tag was able to get one Hero's Endless. Long might die onto the back line, but they lost one member. Rose is not here. The Mushroom Justice was not here anymore. They were able to take it down, but Neon is in front of everybody. Remake was able to get one with the Inner Flame. That hold is the end of their lives. And Nova, are they going to be continuing to get one more? Not going to get the ace, but at least they got the dragon.
What a play coming from Nova Esports once again. It didn't matter if Long didn't have the perfect Fate Seal. They have enough in them. All members of Nova Esports knows their role, and Yami connects again, time and time again, on his Nautilus hooks. What was the difference maker in that team fight alone? At one point, I thought Long would die, but I remembered that this is Long. He's close to immortal. And yeah, I know that we have the unkillable Demon King on the other game, but we also have an unkillable Long here in Wild Rift. Long live the king, and is what I would say.
That's true. That's a great one. But let's take a look at this replay on how everything transpired for Nova.
Yeah, it's all started with Yitze trying to get and shred almost all members. The Fate Sealed connected onto one, and Wind did not die in the process. Doesn't matter though, because what's important is that Nova was able to separate the fight already. Neon flashing in was just a formality for every team fight as we look into another team fight on the bot
lane. Fate Sealed would be able to get the kill on Tag, but he was able to get a Stasis by some time. Goes Golden. Rose is going to be going on Stasis too. He survives for a bit, but right now he's going to be dead. In front of everybody, he's going to be the tank, but they still have these out. Stasis! The game of Stasis right here on everybody, and nobody died because of that encounter. The top side Baron is going to be taking on their heads, and that is going to be a tower down, inhibited turret. Big advantage. Dak is going to be next on the topping block. 3 members still survives for the side of Trace. This might be the end of it for their squad. Nova is looking to end this game. The damage from Wind is massive, but what would that do? He doesn't have any cooldowns anymore. Piercing arrow is at the ready, but the Baron is ticking. That's the cannon minions just taking down the towers. This might be the end of it for their side, and Nova Esports takes a 2-0 against Trace.
What a game from the Icons Global Champions. Nova Esports easily handles the pressure from Trace Esports. And dude, like, this is the first day that we ever had a 2-0s all across the board. But this is like the closest 2-0 I've ever seen, at least so far in WRLA. You could see the Trace Esports will be a problem for almost all teams that we have here, but not for Nova. Nova, just a different team.
Yeah. Nobody didn't even have any problems right there during the start, because Trace Esports are posing a threat during the first parts of the game. The Zoe to the Varus winning that first referral battle was pretty important for the side of Trace Esports. And after that, Nova was just able to scale well. And whenever you give these types of champions for long, those scaling champions, remember the Jax last year was the menace that everybody had to deal with. And now there's a new toy that he's going to be playing. Long past the Yone now.
Was able to solve the Zoe problem, and it has pestered us for many games now, many teams now.
Need the Yone.
Yeah, you just need a long that would be able to find the backline that easy. By the way, I just wanted to put it out there that, hey, you know what, we won't, if you're going to face against this poke compositions, you have to have someone that can penetrate through the backline. And we often say that's the Zed's job, that's the Akali's job. But how about this Yone pickup? This is different. Like, this is a hybrid. Like, this champion is meant to be a bruiser, but is being played as an assassin by the best of the best players.
Yeah. Also, one thing that could potentially be the quote-unquote counter for the Zoe on this side, they had the Gwen. The Gwen was able to get to the back line pretty easily. They have the Garen. Whenever the Zoe tries to zoom in, the Demotion just is at the ready. That's why it was really hard even for Rose to just deal damage effectively, because there's constant threats left and right, and it was not easy even to hit a Sleepy Trouble bubble, because you know that even if you hit one, you're not going to be killing them anyway.
Right. You need to, again, when talking about Zoe's ability to win games for you, she has to have space. That's it, right? And it felt to me that in that game alone, Nova Esports did not give her space at all to do what she does best. They were so decisive. They're not going to wait for those Sleepy Trouble bubbles. They're not going to wait for those battle stars to connect onto the important members. They're going for sacrificial plays like what we saw from Yami. Yami went all in and received a huge amount of burst in one team fight, but in return was able to give the information needed by Long to penetrate through and find Wind in the process. And that, to me, is the quality of a champion team. This Nova Esports squad against Trace Esports, it looked one-sided, but to me, it's so hard to really describe how that game felt for me, or how this series felt for me. I think if there's anything that I can say, it's this guy's difference, right? Like, long diff. That's it.
So yeah, this guy's so good to every jungler player out there. This might be the standard of what the best jungler could be in Wild Rift, even if it's gonna be the top one. If you want to be a good jungler, take a look at Long's gameplay.
Yep. Long live the king. And this is how he really dismantled Trace Esports. Again, guys, for those that did just tune in, our match number 1 went into the favor of KBG, the #1 team in China just last season. Match number 2, KT.RY did not get challenged by INV Esports. And on match number 3, just now, Nova Esports dismantles Trace Esports.
That was 2-0s everywhere for our games for today. In any way, I think the closest game that we had was in Nova versus Trace Esports. I would not really put it out of the way there. But again, look at the scores right here for all of our teams. Nova Esports fighting against KBG was the reason why they got only 3 points. EDG still undefeated, no losses even in every series that they had. So these are one of the things that they need to defeat for Nova Esports to still cement their placements in this round robin. We still have a long time. We still have 3 months, 2 months until we see bigger picture of everything.
But to me, like, as fans of best Wild Rift to be ever played, I cannot help myself but be in awe of all the teams that we're looking at right now. I know that J Team is also a potential contender. But yeah, it just does feel to me that this Nova Esports, this KBG, they will end up winning a lot of games. A lot of games, dude.
Sure.
Meanwhile, on the other side, APAC standing atop of the standings. Number 1 is the lone representative from Korea, KT.RY, followed by Buriram and the Filipino teams as well. Second Team Flash, dude. 0-2.
Yeah.
Huh.
It's just really unfortunate to see Team Flash lagging behind everybody on this tournament, because they were once one of the heroes of APAC when it came to the icons, and now they're really struggling on this game. Y at least are just there, back on track, and the BRU also putting themselves out there for all these games.
Exciting time to be a fan of Wild Rift. And guys, we're going to enter a short hiatus, short pause. And we will be back on April 19, which is on Wednesday. That will be featuring the next set of games. We have Chinese versus APAC. This could be the chance for Team Flash to find their groove once again. WBG versus Tracy Sports is also going to be a very exciting one. And another Vietnamese team would be playing on that day. So I would say it's a VN special day. A lot of Vietnamese fans would be clamoring and watching and cheering for their two teams. And I should be one of them. I could be one of them. We'll see.
Yeah, especially for the APAC fans out there. This is going to be a treat for Wednesday. Everybody's just going to be watching this game, supporting all the APAC teams that we have. But again, CN teams are full of power, full of strength, and APAC would really need to catch up onto them. I mean, yes, they are slowly catching up, but would they be able to catch up during this whole stage of the tournament? Because this round robin is just a stage for everyone to level up.
Yep. Again, when talking about the Wild Rift tournament such as this one, Wild Rift League Asia, this is a long marathon. So it is expected that some teams would be scaling up right at the perfect time, right? And by then, by the time that we are near to the playoffs, we will be seeing the form that the teams will be in by then, and it will be a lot easier for us to predict who's going to win against who.
The final shape of everybody is going to be after 3 months. And I'm excited. I'm excited to see. I mean, this is going to be long. Everybody's going to have a lot of Wild Rift content to look at. And we're just going to be taking a short break, everybody, 2 days before we head on to Wednesday. Thank you very much to Riot Games, VNG Games, and Coca-Cola. Without you, this tournament wouldn't be possible. We have been your casters for this Sunday special. My name is Dash, and I was here with Autolus. See you guys on Wednesday for more Wild Rift action.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.